Charts, markets, and financial terms create confusion. Many people delay starting, believing they need more knowledge or more money, but the reality is different. Investing at its core is simple. It is the process of putting money into systems that grow over time. The first step is starting small. Large capital is not required. Even modest amounts can begin the process. What matters is consistency. Regular contributions build momentum. Monthly investments create a steady flow. Each contribution adds to the base, and the system begins to take shape. At first, progress is slow. Returns appear minimal. Growth feels almost invisible. This is where most beginners lose patience. This stage is critical. It is where the foundation It is where the foundation is built, where habits are formed, and where discipline is tested. Over time, compounding begins to work. Returns generate additional returns. Growth accelerates gradually, then more noticeably. This is the turning point, where money starts working independently. The system becomes self-reinforcing, and effort produces greater outcomes. Diversification is another key element. Spreading investments across assets, reducing risk while maintaining growth potential, creating stability within the system. Automation simplifies the process. Scheduled investments remove emotion. Consistency becomes automatic. Mistakes are minimized. Another important factor is time. The longer investments remain in the system, the stronger the compounding effect becomes. Time amplifies every contribution. Many beginners focus on quick profits, trying to time the market, chasing trends and short-term gains. This often leads to losses or inconsistency. The most successful investors take a different approach. They focus on long-term growth. They ignore short-term noise. And they trust the system. 3 key lessons emerge. First, starting early matters more than starting big. Second, consistency drives long-term growth. Third, compounding transforms small investments into large wealth. The journey from beginner to millionaire is not instant. It is gradual. It's built on discipline and structure, and sustained over time. The surprising truth is this: anyone can start. But very few continue long enough to see the full effect. Investing is not about complexity. It is about behavior, habits, patience, and consistency. These define success. If you want more deep insights into investing systems, wealth building, and financial strategies, explore more videos on Wealth Finance 61. Like the video, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. Millionaires are often seen as different, smarter, luckier, more connected. But their real advantage is much simpler. They follow rules, not complicated strategies, not secret opportunities, not hidden systems, just clear financial rules, applied consistently over time. And that consistency changes everything. Because wealth is not built in one decision. It is built through repeated behavior, small actions, done correctly, again and again. The first rule is spending discipline. Spend less than you earn. No exceptions, no shortcuts, no rationalization. Because income alone does not create wealth. Control does. Every dollar that is not spent yet becomes an opportunity to build, to invest, to grow. This creates surplus. The foundation of wealth without surplus. There's nothing to build on. No investments. No assets, no system. Just income and expenses. Repeating endlessly. The second rule is consistent investing. Money must be put to work regularly, systematically, without waiting for the perfect time. Because perfect timing does not exist. Markets move, conditions change, uncertainty is constant. But consistency removes uncertainty from your behavior. You invest anyway, week after week, month after month. Year after year, this builds momentum. Small investments begin to grow, returns begin to appear, and then compounding begins. Quietly at first, almost invisible, but powerful. Because compounding does not just add growth, it multiplies it. Returns generate more returns. Growth accelerates over time, but only the system is not interrupted. The third rule is avoiding bad debt. It's not all debt is equal. Some debt builds assets, other debt destroys them. High interest liabilities, credit cards, uncontrolled loans. These work against you. Interest compounds, but in the wrong direction. Instead of building wealth, it drains it. Slowly, consistently, silently. Over time, it erodes progress, cancels growth, and resets your system. The fourth rule is protection, because building wealth is only half the process. Keeping it is just as important. Risk is always present. Markets fall, assets lose value. Unexpected events happen without protection. One event can undo years of progress. Diversification reduces exposure. Spreading investments across assets, stocks, funds, businesses, different sectors, different risks. This prevents a single failure from destroying everything. It creates stability, not perfect safety, but controlled risk. The fifth rule is long-term thinking. This is where most people fail, because the world rewards speed, fast results, quick gains, immediate outcomes. But wealth does not work that way. Millionaires do not chase quick wins. They avoid short-term noise. They focus on sustainability, on steady growth, on long-term outcomes. Because short-term thinking creates volatility, emotional decisions, inconsistent behavior. It's losses that could have been avoided. But long-term thinking creates stability, clarity, confidence. It allows the system to work without interruption. These rules are simple, clear, understandable, but not easy, because they require discipline and consistency. Over long periods of time, most people break them. They spend more as income grows. They delay investing. They chase trends. They ignore risk. They act emotionally and slowly. The system fails, not because it does not work, because it is not followed consistently over time. Millionaires treat these rules differently. They follow them without exception, through uncertainty, through market changes, through personal challenges. They do not adjust the rules. Based on emotion, they adjust their behavior to match the rules. And this creates a system where money flows efficiently, where investments grow steadily, where risk is controlled, and where wealth accumulates. Over time, three key insights emerge. First, wealth is built on simple rules, not complexity. Second, consistency matters more than intelligence, more than timing, it's more than luck. Third, discipline separates outcomes, not knowledge. Because most people already understand these rules. They've heard them before. They know what to do, but very few apply them consistently. That is the gap between knowing and doing. Wealth is not created in a moment. It is built through repetition, through systems, through behavior. Repeated over time, the question is not whether these rules work. They do. The question is, will you follow them? Because the system rewards consistency, not intention. If you want more insights into wealth systems, money flow, and financial strategies, explore more videos on Wealth Finance 61. Like the video, subscribe, and share your thoughts below. Most people believe the stock market is a giant, complicated machine only experts understand. Charts flashing, numbers moving, people yelling on trading floors. But the truth is much simpler. The stock market is not complicated. It is just explained badly. Once you understand what a company actually is, everything else suddenly makes sense. So forget stock prices for a moment. Forget ticker symbols. Forget Wall Street. Think of a company as a basket. Inside that basket are valuable things, some things you can touch. Buildings, factories, trucks, computers, inventory. But some things are invisible. A brand name, a reputation, customer loyalty, technology. Let's take Apple as an example. As Apple owns factories, warehouses, and millions of iPhones. But the real power of Apple is something you cannot touch: the brand. People will often pay twice as much for an Apple product compared to competitors. That invisible trust is worth hundreds of billions of dollars. So remember this simple idea: the company is just a basket of valuable stuff. Now the next question is important. Who owns that basket? How is it divided? Imagine you are a carpenter starting a business. You save $10,000. That is great, but not enough to buy everything you need. Still need a truck. You need professional tools. So you borrow $10,000 from your friend Jake. He agrees, but charges 5% interest. Now you have $20,000 total. You buy the truck. You buy the tools. You start working. Fast forward 1 year, your business does incredibly well. You earn $50,000 in profit, plus you still own the truck and the equipment. Now it is time to settle up with Jake. How do you divide the money? The answer is simple. Jake lent you money. He did not invest. You must pay him his $10,000 back, plus 5% interest. That is it. It's exactly what was promised. Everything else belongs to you. In finance, this difference is extremely important. Jake is a bondholder. You are the stockholder. A bond is basically a loan. You lend money and receive interest. Lower risk, fixed return. A stock is ownership. You own part of the company. Higher risk, but unlimited upside. And now Jake might look at your success and think he got the worst deal. But there is another side to this. What if the business had failed? What if you made zero profit? You would still owe Jake his money. You might have to sell your truck, tools, and equipment just to repay him. Bondholders get paid first, stockholders get whatever remains. Sometimes that means huge profits. Sometimes it means nothing. This rule is always the same in finance. Debt first, owners last. Now, imagine 2 years pass and your carpentry business explodes in popularity. You want to expand to other cities. You need serious money. You could borrow more, but that creates too much debt. So you decide to sell pieces of your company. Your friend Maria buys 10%. Tom buys 5%. Then dozens of other investors buy small pieces. That money goes directly into the business to help it grow. This moment has a special name. It's called an IPO, Initial Public Offering. It means the company sells shares to the public for the first time. But here's something important most beginners misunderstand. After the IPO, the company usually does not receive money from stock trades. Investors trade shares with each other. For example, Maria might want to sell her shares 1 year later. Another investor buys them. Buyer pays Maria, not the company, not you. It's Maria. It works exactly like selling a used car. Toyota gets money when the car is first sold. After that, the car simply changes owners. Stock market works the same way. It's just a giant marketplace where people buy and sell ownership of companies. Today, this happens instantly through apps. Millions of investors trading shares every second. But now you might wonder something. If my money usually goes to another investor and not the company, why buy stocks at all? There are two main reasons. First, price growth. If you buy a stock at $50 and later sell it for $100, you doubled your investment. Second, dividends. Some companies share profits with shareholders. If you own 100 shares and the company pays $2 per share, you receive $200 deposited into your account. Companies like Coca-Cola are famous for this. Other companies, such as Amazon, prefer to reinvest profits into expansion. Both approaches can create wealth for investors. But one question remains. Why do stock prices constantly move? The answer is surprisingly simple. Supply and demand. If more people want to buy a stock than sell it, the price rises. If more people want to sell than buy, the price falls. That is it. People are constantly betting on the future. If investors believe a company will grow profits, they buy shares. If they fear trouble, they sell. Sometimes those decisions are logical. Sometimes they are emotional. News, technology breakthroughs, interest rates, economic fears. Everything influences how investors feel about the future, and those feelings move stock prices today. So what should a beginner actually do with all this information? Here is the simplest strategy backed by decades of data. Do not try to pick winning stocks. Even professional investors struggle to beat the market consistently, instead by the entire market. This is done through something called an index fund. An index fund holds hundreds of companies at once. With one investment, you own small pieces of Apple, Microsoft, Google, Walmart, and many others. The most famous index tracks the S&P 500, the 500 largest companies in the United States. Historically, this index has averaged around 10% annual returns over long periods. Some years it drops, some years it surges, but over decades, it trends upward. The strategy is simple. Invest regularly. Stay patient. Ignore short-term panic. That is how millions of ordinary investors slowly build wealth. So remember these key ideas. A company is a basket of valuable assets. Stocks represent ownership. Bonds represent loans. Bondholders get paid first. Stockholders receive the remaining profits. Stock market is simply investors trading ownership. Prices move based on expectations about the future. The easiest path for most people is steady investing in broad index funds. Simple, powerful, and proven over time. This moment has a special name. It's called an IPO, Initial Public Offering. It means the company sells shares to the public for the first time. But here is something important most beginners misunderstand. After the IPO, the company usually does not receive money from stock trades. Investors trade shares with each other. For example, Maria might want to sell her shares 1 year later. Another investor buys them. Buyer pays Maria, not the company, not you. It's Maria. It works exactly like selling a used car. Toyota gets money when the car is first sold. After that, the car simply changes owners. Stock market works the same way. It's just a giant marketplace where people buy and sell ownership of companies. Today, this happens instantly through apps. Millions of investors trading shares every second. But now you might wonder something. If my money usually goes to another investor and not the company, why buy stocks at all? There are two main reasons. First, price growth. If you buy a stock at $50 and later sell it for $100, you doubled your investment. Second, dividends. Some companies share profits with shareholders. If you own 100 shares and the company pays $2 per share, you receive $200 deposited into your account. Companies like Coca-Cola are famous for this. Other companies, such as Amazon, prefer to reinvest profits into expansion. Both approaches can create wealth for investors. But one question remains. Why do stock prices constantly move? The answer is surprisingly simple. Supply and demand. If more people want to buy a stock than sell it, the price rises. If more people want to sell than buy, the price falls. That is it. People are constantly betting on the future. If investors believe a company will grow profits, they buy shares. If they fear trouble, they sell. Sometimes those decisions are logical. Sometimes they are emotional. News, technology breakthroughs, interest rates, economic fears. Everything influences how investors feel about the future, and those feelings move stock prices today. So what should a beginner actually do with all this information? Here is the simplest strategy backed by decades of data. Do not try to pick winning stocks. Even professional investors struggle to beat the market consistently, instead by the entire market. This is done through something called an index fund. An index fund holds hundreds of companies at once. With one investment, you own small pieces of Apple, Microsoft, Google, Walmart, and many others. The most famous index tracks the S&P 500, the 500 largest companies in the United States. Historically, this index has averaged around 10% annual returns over long periods. Some years it drops, some years it surges, but over decades, it trends upward. The strategy is simple. Invest regularly. Stay patient. Ignore short-term panic. That is how millions of ordinary investors slowly build wealth. So remember these key ideas. A company is a basket of valuable assets. Stocks represent ownership. Bonds represent loans. Bondholders get paid first. Stockholders receive the remaining profits. Stock market is simply investors trading ownership. Prices move based on expectations about the future. The easiest path for most people is steady investing in broad index funds. Simple, powerful, and proven over time. Passive income is often misunderstood. Many believe it means earning money without effort, but the reality is different. It requires systems. In 2026, passive income is evolving. Traditional methods still exist, but new systems are emerging. Driven by technology and scalability, the first system is digital assets. Products created once, sold repeatedly. Courses, templates, content. They require upfront effort, but minimal maintenance later. Scale becomes the advantage. Revenue grows without proportional work. The second system is automated content. Platforms distribute content continuously. Videos, blogs, media, generating income over time. Once established, content becomes an asset. It attracts attention and converts into revenue. The third system is index investing, classic method. Simple, consistent, effective. Money grows through compounding, no daily management required. Just disciplined contributions and long-term perspective. Time does the work. The fourth system is subscriptions, recurring revenue models, monthly payments, predictable cash flow. This creates stability and allows scaling. Without constant selling, retention becomes key. The fifth system is automation with technology, AI-driven tools, systems that handle operations, reducing manual effort. This increases efficiency and expands reach. One system can serve thousands without additional time investment. Each system shares a principle, scalability, the ability to grow without increasing effort equally. But there is a challenge. Passive income is not instant, requires building and patience. Most people quit early. Results are small, before systems mature, before compounding begins. The successful approach is focus. Start with one system, build it properly, then expand. Diversification comes later. Multiple streams reduce risk and increase stability, but only after foundation. Another key factor is reinvestment. Early income is not consumed, is reinvested into growth. Accelerating expansion. Three key insights emerge. First, passive income requires active setup. Second, scalability determines long-term success. Third, patience allows systems to mature. The difference between those who succeed and those who fail is not opportunity. It is execution. In 2026, opportunities are abundant. Technology has reduced barriers, but discipline remains rare, and that creates advantage. Passive income is not a shortcut. It is a system. It's built over time and scaled with strategy. The question is not whether these systems work. The question is whether you will build them and stay consistent long enough to see results. If you want more insights into passive income systems, wealth building, and financial strategy, explore more videos on Wealth Finance 61. Like the video, subscribe, and share your thoughts below. Wealth is not built randomly. It follows principles, clear, repeatable rules, applied consistently over time. Most people search for shortcuts, one opportunity, one breakthrough. But wealth does not come from a single event. It comes from systems built on principles. Principle 1 is simple. Spend less than you earn. Without this, nothing else works. It is the foundation of financial control. Principle 2 is separation. Divide money into spending, saving, and investing. Each dollar has a purpose. Clarity drives better decisions. Principle 3 is consistency. Small actions repeated over time. Monthly investments, regular contributions. Principle 4 is compounding. Returns generate new returns. Growth accelerates slowly at first, then rapidly over time. Principle 5 is patience. Wealth takes time, years, sometimes decades. Those who wait win. Principle 6 is discipline. Avoid emotional decisions. Stay consistent during uncertainty. Structure beats impulse. Principle 7 is asset focus. Acquire things that generate value, not liabilities that drain money. Assets build wealth silently. Principle 8 is risk management. Protect what you build. Diversify investments. Avoid unnecessary losses. Principle 9 is reinvestment. Do not withdraw early. Allow growth to continue. Momentum matters. Principle 10 is automation. Remove decision fatigue. Set systems that run automatically. Consistency becomes effortless. The list continues. Principles around behavior. Principles around systems. Principles around time. Avoid lifestyle inflation as income rises. Control spending. Do not expand expenses unnecessarily. Let savings grow instead. Understand money flow. Track where money goes. Control leaks in the system. Optimize every movement. Focus on long-term growth. Ignore short-term noise. Markets fluctuate. Systems endure. Learn continuously. Financial knowledge compounds like money. Better decisions follow better understanding. Education is an asset. Surround yourself with better systems. Banks, investments, structures, environment shapes behavior. Systems shape outcomes. Protect against downside risk. Insurance, diversification, planning. One mistake can erase years. Protection preserves progress. Build multiple layers of income, not through chaos, but through structured expansion. Scale gradually. Value time. Without time, compounding fails. Start early. Stay consistent. Control debt. Use it carefully. Avoid high interest traps. Debt can destroy systems. Think in decades, not days. Wealth is a long-term game. Short-term thinking limits growth. Long-term thinking multiplies it. There are 51 principles, each one small on its own. But together, they form a system that builds wealth quietly. 3 key insights emerge. First, wealth is built through principles, not luck. Second, systems and consistency drive results. Third, time and compounding amplify everything. Most people know some of these ideas. Few apply them consistently. That is the real difference. Execution over knowledge. The question is not whether these principles work. The question is whether you will follow them long enough. Because the system only rewards consistency, it's not intention. If you want deeper insights into wealth systems, money flow, and financial growth, explore more videos on Wealth Finance 61. Like the video, subscribe, and share your thoughts below.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Wealth Finance 61. Let's get into it.
Most people believe the stock market is a giant casino controlled by insiders in dark suits. They imagine flashing screens, secret algorithms, and fortunes made in seconds. But what if the market isn't a machine built to confuse you at all? What if it's simply a system of ownership that has been misunderstood for generations? To understand how it actually works, we have to rewind centuries. In the 1600s, global trade was dangerous, expensive, and uncertain. For years, and sometimes never return. Investors needed a way to spread risk without losing everything. That solution appeared in the Dutch Republic with the Dutch East India Company. For the first time, ordinary citizens could buy small pieces of a massive trading venture. If one ship sank, investors did not lose it all. Risk was divided, and ownership became tradable. This innovation created something revolutionary. Ownership could now change hands without the company shutting down. A marketplace formed where people bought and sold these pieces. The stock market was born from necessity, not speculation. The idea crossed the Atlantic and found a home in America. In 1792, traders signed the Buttonwood Agreement in New York. That agreement eventually became the New York Stock Exchange. It formalized how ownership of companies would be exchanged. At its core, a company is simply a collection of assets and ideas. Factories, trucks, and inventory sit alongside patents and brand reputation. Take Apple as a modern example. Its physical products matter, but its brand loyalty drives enormous value. When you buy a stock, you are buying a fraction of that basket. You are not lending money like a bank would. You are becoming a partial owner of the enterprise. Ownership means sharing both risk and reward. This is where confusion often begins. Many people mix up stocks and bonds as if they are the same. A bond is a loan with a fixed promise attached. Stock is a claim on whatever remains after debts are paid. Cause and effect govern this hierarchy without exception. If a company collapses, bondholders are paid first. Stockholders receive only what is left over. That leftover can be massive or it can be zero. Over time, markets expanded beyond a handful of traders. Railroads, steel companies, and oil giants raised capital from the public. Ownership fueled industrial growth across the United States. The market became a bridge between savings and expansion. But growth created excess, and excess created bubbles. In the 1920s, speculation outran economic reality. Investors borrowed heavily to buy stocks at rising prices. When confidence cracked, the crash of 1929 followed. The Great Depression exposed the breaking point. Panic selling drove prices into the ground. Banks failed, unemployment surged, and trust evaporated. The market reflected fear as quickly as it had reflected optimism. Regulators responded with reforms and oversight. Disclosure rules forced companies to reveal real financial data. Institutions were built to reduce manipulation and insider abuse. The goal was stability without destroying capital formation. Yet cycles never disappeared, they only evolved. The dot-com bubble inflated on internet dreams. The housing crisis spread through leveraged financial products. Each era believed it had engineered away risk. The pattern repeats because human emotion repeats. Stock prices move on, supply and demand. Demand rises when people expect profits to grow. Supply overwhelms when fear replaces optimism. Today, trading happens in milliseconds through digital platforms. Apps have replaced crowded floors and shouting traders. Ownership transfers with a swipe instead of a handshake. Technology accelerated access but did not remove risk. Investors earn returns in two primary ways. Prices may rise as companies expand and generate profits. Some firms distribute earnings as dividends. Others reinvest everything for future growth. Consider the S&P 500 as a broad reflection of this system. It tracks hundreds of America's largest companies. Over long periods, it has historically trended upward. Short-term swings often hide long-term momentum. Failed fixes often come from misunderstanding the objective. People try to time the market or chase quick gains. Statistics show most participants struggle to outperform consistently. Discipline usually beats prediction. The first takeaway is that stocks represent ownership, not gambling. The second is that risk and reward are permanently connected. The third is that diversification reduces long-term damage. Ignore these lessons, and history tends to repeat harshly. The warning is simple, but uncomfortable. Markets amplify human behavior more than pure logic. Fear and greed can dominate for long periods. Anticipation without understanding invites costly mistakes. The stock market is not a mysterious casino. It is a mechanism for distributing ownership and risk. Those who respect its structure often benefit over time, while those who misunderstand it often pay for the lesson.
All right, that's wrap for today. Thanks for watching Wealth Finance 61. Hey everyone, welcome back to Wealth Finance 61. Let's get into it.
Everyone assumes the next great stock market winners will look exactly like yesterday's champions. But what if 2026 rewards companies most investors already see, yet fundamentally misunderstand? Market history shows explosive gains rarely follow comfort or consensus narratives. They emerge where structural change quietly compounds beneath widespread skepticism. American markets have repeatedly mispriced technological transitions hiding in plain sight. Railroads, microchips, the internet, and cloud computing triggered familiar disbelief cycles. Early leaders appeared expensive, volatile, and risky through traditional valuation frameworks. Only later did consensus reinterpret their dominance as inevitable and obvious. The United States now stands at another inflection point driven by converging forces. Artificial intelligence, semiconductor sovereignty, and industrial reshoring are not speculative themes. They reflect policy priorities, capital flows, and national competitiveness concerns already underway. Yet investor narratives often lag behind these deeper systemic transformations. Consider how computing revolutions historically reshape economic power within American industries. From mainframes to personal computers to mobile ecosystems, value concentrated unpredictably at first. Observers focused on consumer products while infrastructure providers captured disproportionate gains. Markets struggled to price who truly owned the new technological backbone. Artificial intelligence represents a comparable shift with even broader economic implications. AI is not a single product cycle, but a foundational layer across defense, healthcare, and finance. Its computational demands intensify rather than fade as models grow more complex. This dynamic reshapes how investors should interpret certain technology leaders. NVIDIA exemplifies this tension within U.S. equity markets and investor psychology. Originally associated with gaming hardware, it evolved into the engine of AI computation. Its processors now underpin data centers, autonomous systems, and machine learning architectures. Despite this, debates persist about valuation rather than long-term structural leverage. Valuation anxiety has historically shadowed nearly every transformative American technology leader. Multiples appeared stretched precisely when demand curves accelerated beyond existing models. Traditional metrics struggled to capture nonlinear adoption patterns and ecosystem dependencies. The critical question becomes durability of demand, not temporary price ratios. Parallel forces are unfolding within semiconductor manufacturing and national policy priorities. Washington's focus on domestic chip production reflects economic security rather than mere industry support. Advanced semiconductors have become strategic assets, influencing military AI and industrial competitiveness. This context elevates certain companies from cyclical participants to systemic gatekeepers. ASML occupies a uniquely powerful position within this global and American supply chain. Its lithography machines enable production of the world's most advanced chips. Without these systems, leading-edge semiconductor fabrication effectively stalls. Yet many investors still frame the company through conventional industrial narratives. Semiconductor progress depends on relentless miniaturization and escalating engineering barriers. Each generational leap demands unprecedented precision and manufacturing complexity. Capability scarcity transforms specialized equipment providers into critical choke points of innovation. Such bottlenecks historically trigger major valuation reassessments once dependency becomes undeniable. Investor behavior, however, often overemphasizes short-term demand fluctuations and cycles. Temporary slowdowns dominate sentiment, while long-term technological necessity receives less attention. This mismatch between perception and structural reality has preceded powerful re-ratings before. Critical infrastructure rarely appears glamorous until growth pressures expose its indispensability. A third transformation is reshaping American markets through electrification and energy transition pressures. Transportation, grid modernization, and battery technologies increasingly intersect with industrial policy. Cost curves and regulatory incentives reinforce adoption patterns across multiple sectors simultaneously. This environment rewards firms positioned at the heart of electrification ecosystems. Tesla remains central to this narrative within U.S. markets and global innovation debates. Beyond vehicles, it influences battery supply chains, charging infrastructure, and software integration models. Market volatility and competitive fears frequently obscure its broader strategic positioning. History suggests dominant platforms often face skepticism precisely during expansion phases. Electrification dynamics echo earlier industrial transitions repeatedly underestimated by incumbents. Initial adoption appears gradual until cost declines and infrastructure growth accelerate feedback loops. Leaders with scale, vertical integration, and technological advantages gain compounding benefits. Delayed recognition of these shifts has historically created asymmetric investment outcomes. What connects these companies is systemic leverage rather than simple sector classification. Each sits near a structural pressure point within expanding technological and economic networks. When entire industries depend on narrow layers of innovation, growth effects become nonlinear. Markets frequently price linear expectations into nonlinear technological realities. Forecasting errors often arise from deeply human cognitive biases within financial decision-making. Investors extrapolate recent conditions instead of recognizing slow-building structural transformations. Short-term volatility distracts from long-term inevitabilities driven by technological progress. Information gaps matter less than interpretation gaps, shaped by psychology and narrative inertia. None of this implies certainty or guarantees that any stock must inevitably surge. American markets remain sensitive to policy shifts, liquidity conditions, and macroeconomic disruptions. However, structural positioning can exert gravitational forces stronger than temporary sentiment cycles. Distinguishing noise from systemic change becomes essential for strategic long-term thinking. 3 lessons emerge from this recurring interaction between innovation, skepticism, and valuation. First, foundational infrastructure often captures enduring value during technological revolutions. Second, Discomfort and disbelief frequently precede dramatic repricing events. Third, assuming tomorrow mirrors yesterday may represent the greatest long-term investment risk.
All right, that's wrap for today. Thanks for watching Wealth Finance 61.
Finance and economics are used interchangeably, but they describe two different layers. Of the same system, finance operates at the individual level. How money is earned, how it is spent, how it is invested. Economics operates at the system level. It studies how money flows across society, between businesses, governments, and individuals. It explains patterns, not personal decisions. The connection between them is critical. Finance is how you act. Economics is the environment you act in. One shapes behavior, the other shapes outcomes. At the core of economics is supply and demand. Prices rise when demand increases. Prices fall when supply exceeds demand. This simple interaction drives markets. Inflation is another key concept. When the money supply increases faster than production, prices rise across the system. Purchasing power declines. Rates influence behavior. Low rates encourage borrowing and spending. High rates slow economic activity. This controls the speed of money flow. Finance responds to these forces. Investors adjust strategies. Businesses change decisions. Individuals modify spending habits. Understanding this relationship is powerful. It explains why timing matters, why certain assets grow faster, and why financial outcomes differ. Another important concept is capital flow. Money moves toward opportunity. Higher returns attract more capital. This creates growth in specific sectors. Wealth is built at the intersection, where finance meets economics. Using personal strategies within larger economic trends, behavior also plays a role. People react emotionally. Fear and greed influence decisions. This creates cycles in markets. Economic cycles repeat over time. Expansion, peak, contraction, recovery. Finance strategies must adapt. What works in one phase may fail in another. Awareness becomes an advantage. Three key insights emerge. First, finance is personal action. Economics is system behavior. Second, money flows follow patterns, not randomness. Third, understanding both creates leverage. Most people focus only on finance, saving, earning, investing, but ignore economics. The system shaping outcomes creates imbalance, effort without awareness, action without strategy, and limited results. Those who understand both layers see opportunities earlier, adapt faster, and build wealth more effectively. The system is always moving. Money is always flowing. The question is not whether wealth exists, it is whether you understand how it moves. If you want deeper insights into money, systems, finance, and economic behavior, explore more videos on Wealth Finance 61. Like the video, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. Is often seen as security, a steady income, a predictable financial life, a system that feels stable, controlled, reliable. Every month, money arrives, bills are paid, life continues. And for many people, that feels enough. But beneath that stability, there are limitations. A salary depends on time. Hours worked, effort exchanged, presence required. Income stops when work stops. No time, no income. This creates a ceiling. No matter how high the salary, it remains tied to effort and cannot scale easily. Even promotions have limits. Even raises have boundaries, because the system itself is linear. More work equals more money. Less work equals less money. But wealth requires a different system. It's not just earning money, but converting money into something that works on its own, into assets. The first step is understanding flow. Income comes in, but where does it go? For most people, it disappears. Rent, food, lifestyle, subscriptions, small expenses, repeated daily. This is the common pattern. Earn, spend, repeat. No accumulation. No long-term growth, just survival with comfort. The shift begins with awareness, tracking money, understanding patterns, seeing clearly. where income is being used. Then comes separation. It's dividing income into categories: spending, saving, investing, each with a purpose, each with a role in building the future. Spending covers life, daily needs, responsibilities, experiences. Saving provides safety, emergency funds, security during uncertainty, protection against unexpected events. Investing creates growth. The only category that expands over time. This structure changes everything, because now money has direction, it has intention, it has a system. Investing is the turning point. Money moves into assets, stocks, funds, businesses, real opportunities that generate value, that don't just hold money, but multiply it. At first, progress is slow, returns are small, growth feels invisible. Nothing seems to change. This is where most people stop, because results are not immediate, because patience is required, because discipline is tested. But consistency builds momentum. Each paycheck adds to investments, again and again and again. The base grows larger, quietly, steadily, and then compounding begins. Compounding changes the system. Returns generate additional returns. Growth accelerates. What once felt slow becomes unstoppable. Time and money begin working together, instead of against you. Over time, investments produce income, dividends, profits, returns. Money begins to flow back. Without direct effort, without trading time, this is the transition point from earning income to generating income, from working for money to money working for you, from salary to system. Automation strengthens the process. Investments happen automatically. Before money is spent, before decisions interfere, removing emotion, removing hesitation, making growth consistent. Discipline is essential, because income alone is not enough. Behavior defines outcomes. Avoid lifestyle inflation. As income grows, expenses should not grow equally. This is where many fail. Higher salary leads to higher spending, bigger house, better car, more lifestyle upgrades, and the system resets. Back to zero, no assets, no growth, no progress. The wealthy avoid this trap. They increase investments, not expenses. They expand assets, not liabilities. They focus on ownership, not consumption. Time plays a critical role. The longer the system runs, the stronger compounding becomes. Small beginnings turn into large outcomes. Time multiplies results. Years create momentum. Decades create wealth. 3 key insights emerge. First, salary is a starting point, not the goal. Second, wealth is built by converting income into assets. Third, consistency and time create exponential growth. The difference between employees who build wealth and those who don't is not income level, it is system design. 2 people can earn the same salary. One builds assets. The other builds expenses. One creates freedom. The other creates dependency. The outcome is completely different. System is simple, but not easy, because it requires discipline, patience, long-term thinking, and the ability to delay immediate rewards for greater future outcomes. A salary alone will not create wealth, but used correctly, it becomes the foundation for something much bigger, something scalable, something independent, something lasting. If you want more insights into money systems, wealth building, and financial strategies, explore more videos on Wealth Finance 61. Like the video, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Wealth Finance 61. Let's get into it.
You work for money your entire life, yet few ever question what money truly is. Numbers appear on screens, salaries shrink, prices rise, and debt quietly multiplies. Everyone participates, almost no one understands the rules of the game. The mystery is not where money comes from, but why it behaves the way it does. Modern finance did not emerge overnight, but through centuries of improvisation and crisis. Early economies relied on barter, an inefficient system strangled by a coincidence of wants. Precious metals became intermediaries valued for scarcity, durability, and shared belief. Gold and silver were not money by nature, but by collective agreement. Governments soon recognized the power hidden inside monetary control. Minting coins allowed rulers to standardize trade and quietly manipulate value. Debasement, mixing cheaper metals, created wealth for states and inflation for citizens. The pattern was born: authority expands. Purchasing power erodes, trust adjusts. Paper money led this transformation from substance to abstraction. Notes represented claims on reserves rather than value embedded in material. Convenience increased, but so did fragility, since trust replaced intrinsic worth. Finance became psychological as much as economic. Taxation evolved alongside monetary systems as both tool and necessity. States required revenue to fund armies' infrastructure and administrative machinery. Income, consumption, and transactions became measurable and therefore taxable. What began as tribute matured into structural dependence. Different taxes carried different behavioral consequences across economies. Income taxes targeted production, sales taxes influenced consumption patterns. Capital gains taxes shaped investment decisions and risk appetite. Every policy decision subtly redirected incentives and distortions. Filing obligations introduced a paradox still visible today. Authorities often possessed the relevant data, yet responsibility remained with individuals. Compliance became ritualistic, errors became costly, enforcement became normalized. Complexity itself grew into a silent economic force. Banks emerged not merely as storage houses, but as credit creators. Deposits rarely rested idle, instead circulating through lending mechanisms. Fractional reserve structures allowed expansion far beyond physical cash holdings. Stability relied on confidence rather than full backing. This design fueled growth while embedding systemic vulnerability. Credit expansion stimulated investment consumption and asset inflation. Simultaneous withdrawals, however, threatened institutional solvency. Confidence cycles became survival mechanisms. Interest became the price governing this entire architecture. Borrowers paid for access, lenders earned for patience and risk. Simple interest moved linearly. Compound interest accelerated exponentially. Time transformed mathematics into destiny. Debt dynamics revealed asymmetry invisible to casual observers. Small rates applied repeatedly produced large long-term obligations. Missed payments converted inconvenience into structural burden. Wealth and distress diverged through identical mechanisms. Inflation entered as both lubricant and destabilizer of economies. Moderate inflation encouraged spending, investment, and debt servicing. Excessive inflation punished savers, distorted planning, and fueled uncertainty. Purchasing power declined without visible confrontation. Causes varied, yet outcomes shared familiar characteristics. Demand surges, supply constraints, and expectation feedback loops intertwined. Price signals lost clarity, wages lagged, tensions intensified. Monetary authorities intervened with blunt instruments. Interest rate adjustments became the primary stabilizing lever. Higher rates restricted borrowing, dampened demand, and cooled expansions. Lower rates stimulated activity, risk-taking, and credit growth. Each shift redistributed pain and opportunity unevenly. Recessions followed as recurring features rather than anomalies. Economic contraction revealed excesses accumulated during optimistic phases. Employment declined, spending retreated, confidence fractured. Cycles proved structural, not accidental. Policy responses often repeated despite mixed historical results. Stimulus packages, liquidity injections, and regulatory reforms proliferated. Short-term relief sometimes masked long-term distortions. Corrections delayed frequently intensified later disruptions. Creditworthiness metrics evolved to quantify borrower reliability. Numerical scores condensed histories into risk approximations for lenders. Access to housing, vehicles, and capital hinged on behavioral records. Trust became algorithmic. High scores reduced friction, low scores amplified financial penalties. Borrowing costs diverged independent of actual income or assets. Reputation economics reinforced discipline, yet entrenched inequality. Data dictated opportunity. Underneath these mechanisms lay the deeper abstraction of money itself. Currency derived function from collective belief rather than physical substance. Digital entries replaced tangible exchange instruments. Value persisted through coordination and trust. Competing forms of money exposed this fragile consensus. Fiat currencies coexisted with decentralized experiments like Bitcoin. Legitimacy depended less on technology than adoption and stability. Belief remained the ultimate backing. Investing arose as defense against inflationary erosion and stagnation. Capital allocation promised growth participation and wealth preservation. Diversification reduced exposure, patience magnified compounding effects. Inaction carried hidden cost. Asset classes reflected different relationships with risk and time horizons. Equities captured corporate expansion, bonds monetized lending arrangements. Real estate linked income to physical scarcity and leverage. Outcomes varied, discipline dominated. Perceived value guided pricing more than objective measurement. Scarcity branding and narrative influenced willingness to pay. Luxury houses like Gucci and Louis Vuitton monetized symbolism and identity. Markets rewarded perception as powerfully as utility. Technological products demonstrated similar psychological economics. The iPhone became more than hardware, evolving into cultural artifact. Visionaries like Steve Jobs translated design into perceived necessity. Value creation reshaped industries and fortunes. Time ultimately governed every financial mechanism described. Compounding growth, debt accumulation, inflation, and recovery unfolded across decades. Short-term noise obscured long-term trajectories for most participants. Patience separated outcomes more reliably than prediction. 3 lessons quietly emerge from centuries of monetary evolution. Systems built on trust demand confidence, yet invite instability. Incentives embedded in policy shape behavior, often unpredictably. Time amplifies both wisdom and error without mercy. The warning is subtle, yet persistent across generations. Financial structures feel permanent until confidence fractures or conditions shift. Complexity disguises fragility, while familiarity breeds complacency. Stability is rarely guaranteed, only temporarily achieved. The unresolved question remains for every participant in the system. Will future innovations correct historical cycles or merely accelerate them? Trust adapt faster than disruption and leverage? Observation and understanding become forms of protection. The story of money is therefore never finished, only continued. Each generation inherits mechanisms it barely questions yet fully depends upon. Awareness transforms passive participation into informed navigation. The choice to understand alters consequences.
All right, that's wrap for today. Thanks for watching Wealth Finance 61.
Most people earn money in a predictable way. They work a certain number of hours, and they receive income in return. This pattern repeats every month. But there is another way money can be earned. Income that does not depend entirely on time. Income that continues even when work slows down. This is often called passive income. The concept sounds simple, but the reality is more complex. Passive income is rarely passive in the beginning. It usually requires effort to build. Once established, however, these systems can generate recurring cash flow month after month, sometimes for years. The first type of passive income is rental income. Property owners receive payments from tenants in exchange for providing housing or space. This creates consistent monthly cash flow. The second type is dividend income. Companies distribute a portion of profits to shareholders. These payments can occur quarterly or monthly and grow over time with strong businesses. The third type is digital products, ebooks, courses, or software tools, created once and sold repeatedly online. Each sale generates additional income. The fourth type is content-based income. Videos, blogs, or media assets, these attract attention over time, are monetized through ads or partnerships. The fifth type is affiliate income, promoting products or services, and earning a commission on each sale. This system depends heavily on audience trust. The sixth type is licensing, allowing others to use your work, music, designs, or intellectual property, in exchange for ongoing payments. The seventh type is automated services, online systems that deliver value with minimal ongoing input. Subscription platforms are a common example. Users pay regularly for continued access. Each of these income streams follows a similar pattern. Initial effort is required, the system is built, and then income becomes repeatable. However, not all passive income streams are equal. Some require more capital, others require more time or skill. Choosing the right one depends on individual resources. Another important factor is scalability. Some systems grow slowly. Others can expand rapidly once established. Digital systems often scale faster than physical ones. Risk also varies across these streams. Real estate involves large investments. Markets can affect dividend income. Online income depends on changing platforms. Because of this, many people combine multiple income streams. Diversification reduces dependence on a single source. It stabilizes overall cash flow. It's creating a more resilient financial structure. Over time, these systems can interact. Content drives traffic. Traffic supports affiliate income. Income funds investments. This creates a financial ecosystem where each part supports the others, and overall income becomes more consistent, even during economic changes. But there is a common misunderstanding. Many people expect immediate results. They want passive income without building the system first. And this expectation leads to failure. The reality is different. Passive income is delayed income. Effort is invested up front. Returns come later. 3 lessons stand out clearly. First, passive income requires active effort at the start. Second, systems create repeatable cash flow. And third, diversification strengthens financial stability. The people who benefit most from passive income are those who understand these principles. They focus on building systems, not chasing quick money. Over time, these systems begin to replace active income, providing flexibility and financial independence, and changing how people think about work. The question is not whether passive income exists. It clearly does. The question is which system aligns with your resources, and how long you are willing to build it. If you want more deep explanations about money systems, passive income, and wealth strategies, explore more videos on Wealth Finance 61. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share your thoughts in the comments. Wealth is often misunderstood. Most people believe wealth is simply about income, a high-paying job, a big salary, prestigious position. From the outside, it looks convincing. It looks like success, but income is not wealth. Because income stops the moment you stop working. The moment you step away. The money slows down or disappears completely. True wealth doesn't behave like that. Wealth is not built on effort alone. It is built on assets. Assets are things that produce value over and over again, without requiring constant attention. Investments that grow quietly in the background. Businesses that operate beyond your daily involvement. Real estate that generates income while you sleep. These are the foundations of real wealth. Because wealth is not about how much you earn. It's about how much your assets earn for you. And that leads to another defining feature: cash flow. Wealthy individuals don't rely on a single paycheck. They build streams. It's multiple sources of income, flowing consistently, independently of their time. Money continues to come in, whether they are working, resting, or doing nothing at all. This is what creates freedom. It's not more work, but less dependence on work. At the center of all wealth is a powerful force: compounding. It starts small, almost invisible at first. A small gain, then another, then another. But over time, those small gains begin to stack. They build momentum, they accelerate, and eventually they grow exponentially. What once felt slow becomes unstoppable. But compounding only works for those who understand patience, because time is the hidden multiplier. The longer money stays invested, the harder it works. Years turn into decades, and small beginnings transform into massive outcomes. This is why time is more valuable than timing. Wealth is not created overnight. It is built slowly, but powerfully. And behind every successful wealth builder, there is a system. Wealth is not random. It is not luck. But it follows structure. Automated investing, consistent reinvestment, disciplined financial habits. Systems remove emotion. They remove hesitation. They ensure that progress continues, even when motivation fades. Another overlooked principle is separation. Most people mix everything together. They spend, save, and invest from the same pool of money, and that creates confusion. But wealthy individuals separate their money. Spending has a purpose. Saving has a purpose. Investing has a purpose. Each category is controlled, its decision is intentional, and that creates clarity. But building wealth is only half the game. The other half is protecting it. Because money can be lost just as easily as it is made. Risk is always present. Markets fluctuate. Opportunities fail. Unexpected events happen. This is why protection matters. Diversification spreads risk. Planning reduces exposure. Discipline prevents costly mistakes. Wealth is not just about growth, it's about survival. And then there's something most people ignore completely: tax efficiency. It's not just about how much you make, it's about how much you keep without strategy. A significant portion of wealth leaks away, but with smart planning, leakage is minimized. And over time, those saved amounts compound as well as wealth grows. Something else begins to change. Scale. More capital creates more opportunities. Better investments become accessible. Returns become more efficient. Money starts working at a higher level. And this is where the gap widens. Because those who understand scale move faster and grow stronger. Over time, but none of this works without the right behavior, because wealth is not just mathematical, it is psychological. Discipline matters. Patience matters. Long-term thinking matters. Emotional decisions destroy wealth. Fear leads to selling too early. Greed leads to taking unnecessary risks. But structured habits create stability. Stability builds wealth. So when you step back, three powerful truths become clear. First, wealth is driven by assets, not income. Second, systems and compounding are what create real growth. And third, protection and discipline are what sustain it. The difference between wealthy individuals and everyone else is not opportunity. Opportunities exist everywhere. The difference is understanding. It's understanding how money actually works, understanding how to structure it, understanding how to let it grow. Most people spend their lives trying to earn more, but very few learn how to organize what they already have. That is why wealth remains concentrated, not by chance, but by design. Wealth is not a moment. It is not a lucky break. It's a system that runs quietly, consistently, over time, built slowly, but with immense power. And once that system is in place, money no longer becomes something you chase. It becomes something that works for you. If you want to understand money systems, wealth building, financial strategy at a deeper level, explore more videos on Wealth Finance 61. Like the video, subscribe for more, share your thoughts in the comments, because the journey to wealth starts with understanding.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Wealth Finance 61. Let's get into it.
The economy appears chaotic on the surface, yet noise, it behaves like a machine. It is not driven by mystery, but by repeating patterns of human decisions. Booms and busts feel random only when viewed too closely. From a distance, the mechanics become visible and disturbingly predictable. Every economy, regardless of country or ideology, is built from the same foundation. That foundation is the transaction, repeated billions of times each day. A buyer gives money or credit, and a seller provides something of value. How this simple interaction quietly shapes the entire financial world. Prices, wealth, and growth emerge from nothing more than aggregated exchanges. When spending rises, incomes rise somewhere else in the system. When spending contracts, incomes must shrink with equal force. The machine never escapes this accounting identity. Markets are not abstract concepts, but collections of these constant exchanges. There is a market for goods, for services, and for financial claims. Each operates under the same arithmetic logic of spending and income. Complexity emerges only from scale, not from different rules. Within this system, several actors continuously interact and compete. Individuals seek consumption, businesses pursue profit, and banks extend credit. Governments tax, spend, and attempt stabilization. Yet one participant holds powers unlike any other. The central bank stands apart from ordinary economic agents. It does not produce goods, nor does it consume in the usual sense. Its authority lies in controlling money and influencing credit conditions. This control quietly reshapes incentives across the entire machine. Credit, not money. dominates modern economies, despite common assumptions. Most purchasing power exists as promises rather than physical currency. These promises expand and contract far more rapidly than production itself. Volatility begins precisely where credit accelerates. Credit creation appears harmless, almost magical in its simplicity. Two parties agree, a loan is recorded, and new spending power emerges. To the lender, it becomes an asset. To the borrower, a liability. Balance sheets expand without any immediate production. This expansion triggers consequences rarely recognized in real time. Borrowers increase spending beyond current income constraints. That spending becomes someone else's income, reinforcing optimism. Confidence rises before risks are even acknowledged. Rising income alters perceptions of safety and creditworthiness. Lenders observe higher earnings and growing asset values. Collateral appears stronger, default probabilities appear lower. Credit flows more freely, amplifying the cycle. A self-reinforcing loop quietly takes hold across the economy. More credit enables more spending and temporarily higher incomes. Higher incomes justify even greater borrowing capacity. Growth accelerates, masking underlying fragility. Productivity growth operates in the background with far less drama. It reflects improvements in efficiency, skills, and technological progress. Unlike credit, productivity changes slowly and persistently. Its stability makes it a poor driver of short-term swings. Debt, however, introduces instability through time-shifting consumption. Borrowing pulls future spending into the present. Payment forces future restraint, reversing earlier expansion. Every loan, therefore, plants the seed of a cycle. Short-term debt cycles emerge from these recurring expansions and contractions. They typically unfold over several years, not decades. Central banks influence their amplitude through interest rate adjustments. The machine responds mechanically to changing borrowing costs. When credit expands rapidly, spending begins to outrun production capacity. Demand pressures push prices upward across multiple markets. Inflation becomes the visible symptom of hidden credit dynamics. Concern replaces complacency at policy institutions. Central banks react by tightening financial conditions. Interest rates rise, borrowing becomes more expensive, and leverage slows. Existing debts demand larger servicing payments from borrowers. Spending decelerates, reversing previous momentum. Slowing spending triggers income contractions elsewhere in the system. Businesses experience weaker demand and reduce hiring or investment. Asset prices lose support as expectations deteriorate. Recession emerges not as an accident, but as a mechanical outcome. Lower interest rates often restart the process during ordinary downturns. Reduced borrowing costs encourage renewed credit expansion. Debt servicing pressures ease, allowing spending recovery. The cycle resets, though underlying debt gradually accumulates. Over decades, these short cycles compound into a larger trajectory. Debt levels trend upward faster than incomes for structural reasons. Human behavior consistently favors borrowing over restraint. Stability slowly gives way to systemic vulnerability. Rising asset prices temporarily disguise mounting debt burdens. Collateral values inflate, sustaining the illusion of safety. Borrowers and lenders interpret appreciation as genuine wealth creation. Risk perception declines precisely when leverage intensifies. Eventually, debt servicing obligations overwhelm income growth. Repayments consume increasing portions of cash flow. Borrowers reduce spending not by choice, but by necessity. The expansionary engine abruptly loses power. Creditworthiness deteriorates as incomes weaken and asset values decline. Lenders tighten standards, further restricting borrowing capacity. Asset sales accelerate under financial pressure. Deflation forces intensify across markets. This phase marks the long-term debt peak and its reversal. System enters deleveraging, a painful adjustment process. Spending, income, and credit contract simultaneously. Feedback loops amplify downward momentum. Traditional policy tools lose effectiveness under extreme debt burdens. Interest rates approach zero, leaving limited room for stimulus. Private sector demand remains suppressed despite cheaper credit. The machine requires more forceful interventions. Reduction becomes unavoidable but politically and economically disruptive. Defaults erase liabilities yet destroy corresponding financial assets. Restructuring redistributes losses across institutions and investors. Confidence fractures under uncertainty. Governments confront declining revenues alongside rising social expenditures. Budget deficits widen as economic activity contracts. Tax increases and borrowing attempts strain political stability. Social tensions intensify within societies as central banks deploy money creation as a last resort mechanism. Newly created funds purchase financial assets and government bonds. Liquidity enters the system without immediate production. Set prices stabilize before real economies recover. Monetary expansion redistributes effects unevenly across populations. Asset holders benefit first through rising valuations. Wage earners experience delayed or muted improvements. Inequality concerns escalate during recovery phases. Coordination between fiscal and monetary authorities becomes critical. Central bank financing enables sustained government spending. Public expenditures support incomes and demand directly. The contractionary spiral gradually slows. Through these mechanisms, the economic machine regains temporary balance. Debt burdens adjust, confidence stabilizes, and credit cautiously returns. New expansions begin with familiar optimism and forgotten lessons. The cycle continues, indifferent to memory or ideology.
All right, that's wrap for today. Thanks for watching Wealth Finance 61.
Artificial intelligence is rapidly changing how money is created online. Most people see AI as a shortcut for simple tasks, writing text, generating images, answering questions. But the real impact of AI is much deeper. AI is not just a tool. It is a multiplier of systems. It allows individuals to produce more output with less effort. And that changes how income is generated. In the past, building an online business required multiple skills: writing, design, marketing, and technical knowledge. Often people needed teams to scale these operations. A single person can perform many of these roles using AI. This shift is creating a new type of digital economy, small, efficient, and highly scalable, where individuals build income systems instead of single income streams. And AI sits at the center of these systems. The first category of AI tools focuses on content creation, writing articles, scripts, and marketing copy. Content is the foundation of most online businesses. It attracts attention and builds trust. The second category involves design and media generation: images, thumbnails, branding, and visual assets. In the past, this required professional designers. Now AI can generate high-quality visuals instantly. The third category focuses on automation, scheduling posts, responding to messages, managing workflows. Automation reduces time spent on repetitive tasks, allowing creators to focus on strategy. The fourth category is data and research tools, analyzing trends, keywords, and audience behavior. These tools help identify where attention is moving. Attention often determines where money flows. The fifth category includes coding and website tools, building landing pages, applications, and online platforms. What once required developers can now be simplified. This lowers the barrier to starting digital businesses. The sixth category is marketing optimization: AI tools that test ads, improve conversions, and analyze performance. Small improvements in conversion rates can significantly increase income, and AI accelerates this process. The seventh category is idea generation and strategy tools. These tools help structure business models and income systems. They guide users towards scalable opportunities instead of random or inefficient efforts. But simply using these tools does not guarantee income. Many people experiment with AI but see little financial return because they treat AI as a shortcut instead of a system builder. And systems are where real money is created. Successful users combine multiple AI tools into one structure. Content generates traffic. Traffic is converted into leads or customers. Automation keeps the system running efficiently. This creates a financial loop. Output increases without proportional increases in effort. Costs remain low while revenue scales, and margins improve over time. However, this system also introduces new competition. More people can enter the market quickly, which means differentiation becomes critical. Quality, consistency, and strategy matter more than ever. Another challenge is over-reliance on automation. Without human insight, systems can become generic, and audiences often respond to authenticity and value, not just volume of content. Despite these challenges, AI continues expanding economic opportunities. It lowers the barrier to entry, increases productivity, and it reshapes how individuals build income. Three key lessons emerge from this shift. First, AI does not replace effort, it redirects it. Second, systems built with AI scale faster than traditional models. And third, understanding attention is still the most valuable skill. Because even with advanced tools, money follows attention, and attention follows value. The people who understand this relationship are building modern income systems powered by AI. The question is not whether AI will change how money is made. It already has. The real question is who will learn to use it effectively. If you want more explanations about money systems, digital economies, and wealth strategies, explore more videos on Wealth Finance 61. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share your thoughts in the comments. Many people believe income is directly tied to skill level. The higher the skill, the higher the income. And while this is often true, it is not the full picture. There exists another path. A path where income begins before advanced skills are developed. Not because skills are unnecessary, but because systems can come first. This idea challenges a common assumption, that people must become highly skilled before earning. In reality, many income systems allow beginners to start immediately. Learning happens during the process. The key concept is simple. Value does not always require creation. Sometimes it requires coordination, connecting demand with supply, facilitating transactions. One of the simplest examples is reselling. Products are sourced at one price and sold at a slightly higher price. The difference becomes profit. This does not require advanced expertise, but it does require understanding markets, which products are in demand, where they can be sourced efficiently. Another example is digital coordination, managing simple online tasks, posting content, handling basic customer interactions. These roles may appear small, but they sit inside larger systems that generate revenue, distribute tasks. Affiliate systems follow a similar pattern. Instead of creating products, individuals promote existing ones, earning a percentage of each sale. Again, the skill barrier is relatively low, but understanding audience behavior becomes important. Why people buy and what captures attention. Content curation is another entry point, collecting and organizing valuable information, sharing it in accessible formats, and attracting attention. Attention leads to opportunity, and opportunity leads to income through ads, partnerships, or product links. Even without advanced production skills, the common thread across these methods is clear. They operate within existing systems. Instead of building everything from scratch, they leverage structures that already exist. However, there is a critical transition point. At the beginning, income is limited, margins are small, and growth is slow. But over time, something changes. As individuals interact with these systems, they begin to understand them. Patterns become visible. They see where value is created, where inefficiencies exist, where improvements can be made. This is where skill development begins. Skills are not absent. They are delayed. Built through experience rather than preparation, and often more practical. At this stage, income can increase significantly. Systems can be optimized. Processes can be automated. Scale becomes possible. This is why the no-skill income idea can be misleading. It is not about avoiding skills. It is about entering the system early and building skills inside it. Another important factor is accessibility. These methods lower the barrier to entry, allowing more people to participate without significant upfront investment. But accessibility also increases competition. Many people attempt these methods, which means differentiation becomes important. Even at beginner levels, consistency becomes a key advantage. Showing up regularly, improving gradually, and learning from feedback. Over time, this consistency compounds. Small improvements accumulate, and performance increases, leading to better results. 3 lessons emerge from this structure. First, income can begin before mastery. Second systems provide opportunities for beginners. And third skills, developed through action, often become more valuable. The idea of no skilled income is not about shortcuts. It is about entry points. It's ways to start participating in economic systems without waiting for perfection. The real advantage belongs to those who start early, observe carefully, and adapt continuously, turning simple beginnings into scalable outcomes. If you want more deep explanations about money systems, income strategies, and wealth building, explore more videos on Wealth Finance 61. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share your thoughts in the comments. Warren Buffett became a millionaire at 32 years old. At 19, he discovered a book that changed his life forever. The Intelligent Investor by Benjamin Graham. Buffett still calls it the greatest investing book ever written. I read it too. It is long. Oh, it is dry. Some parts feel ancient. But hidden inside are timeless rules that built one of the greatest fortunes in history. Today, I am breaking down the most powerful ones so you do not have to read 400 pages. Rule number 1, margin of safety. If a company is worth $100 per share, do not pay 95. Pay 60 or 70. Buffett explains it like building a bridge. If the bridge can carry 30,000 pounds, you only drive 10,000-pound trucks across it. Give yourself room for mistakes, because mistakes will happen. Smart investors buy $1 for 50 cents. Always ask yourself, am I getting a real discount? Rule 2, the market is your drunk partner. Imagine owning a business with a partner who shows up every day shouting random prices. One day he offers $500, the next day 50, the next day 5,000. Would you take him seriously? It is the stock market. Prices swing wildly based on emotion, not logic. Your job is not to react. Your job is to wait for irrational opportunities. When your portfolio drops 20%, remember, the business likely did not change. Only the mood did. Rule 3, avoid big losses at all costs. If you lose 50%, you need 100% just to break even. One bad year destroys compounding. Chasing high returns often leads to large losses. A steady 8 to 12% per year beats risky promises of 15 or 20%. Slow and steady builds wealth. Rule 4, think like a business owner. When you buy stock, you are not buying a ticker symbol. You are buying a piece of a real company. If you would not buy the entire business, do not buy one share. Would you invest your life savings into a pizza shop without checking the books? Then why buy stocks based on headlines? Business owners get rich. Price watchers stay stressed. Rule 5, investing is about temperament, not intelligence. Even genius scientist Isaac Newton lost a fortune in the stock market. He later said he could calculate the movement of stars, but not the madness of people. IQ does not protect you from fear or greed. Discipline does. Rule 6, choose passive or active. No middle ground. If you do not have 10 hours per week to research companies, then buy index funds. A low-cost fund tracking the S&P 500 has beaten most professionals over time. If Wall Street experts struggle to win consistently, what makes you think casual investing will work? Be honest about your time and skills. Rule 7, control your emotions. Fear makes you sell at the bottom. Greed makes you buy at the top. The market transfers money from emotional investors to patient ones. Your greatest enemy is not the market. It is your reaction to it. Rule 8, do not confuse investing with gambling. Real investing requires analysis and safety of principle. Speculation is hoping someone else pays more later. You want to speculate, keep it small. 90% of your portfolio should be boring long-term investments. Rule 9, even great companies are bad investments at the wrong price. Growth is exciting. Overpaying for growth is dangerous. Every hot company eventually slows down. If the price assumes perfection, you have no margin of safety. Rule 10, stop predicting the future. No one consistently predicts markets. Instead, buy diversified funds and let time do the work. When you invest in a global index fund, you are betting on human progress. That has been a good bet for over a century. Rule 11, diversify correctly. Owning 50 technology stocks is not diversification. True diversification spreads across industries and economic sectors. Make sure one bad news event does not crush your entire portfolio. Rule 12. Avoid high fees. Many active managers charge 2% annually. Over decades, that fee destroys your returns. Low-cost index funds keep more money in your pocket. Fees matter more than people realize. Rule 13. Buy when others are fearful. Market crashes are not disasters. They are discount seasons. When prices fall 30% strong, businesses become cheaper. That is when long-term investors build wealth. Rule 14. Only invest in what you understand. If you cannot explain how a company makes money in plain English, do not buy it. Complexity hides risk. Clarity reduces it. Rule 15. Track net worth, not income. A high salary means nothing if you spend it all. Wealth equals assets minus liabilities. Focus on what you keep, not what you earn. Every month, your net worth should move upward. That is the real scoreboard. These principles built Buffett fortune. They are not flashy. They are not exciting. They are simple and disciplined. And that is exactly why they work. If you want more breakdowns of powerful investing books, subscribe now and build wealth the intelligent way.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Wealth Finance 61. Let's get into it.
Imagine a world where money has no country, no bank, no gatekeeper. A system where value moves without permission, borders, or intermediaries. Yet this is not science fiction, nor a distant economic theory. It is already here, silently reshaping how humans define money itself. For centuries, money followed a familiar evolutionary path of trust. First came barter, then metal coins, then paper backed by gold. Eventually, governments removed gold and replaced it with pure confidence. It became valuable because institutions declared it so. This arrangement created stability but also introduced concentrated power. Central banks controlled supply, interest rates, and liquidity cycles. Governments gained the ability to print, expand, and inflate at will. Citizens accepted depreciation as an invisible cost of the system. Over time, cracks began appearing within this centralized financial architecture. Recessions repeated, debt expanded, and crises arrived with unsettling regularity. Each shock demanded more intervention, more stimulus, more monetary expansion. Trust survived, but doubt quietly accumulated beneath the surface. Then came the digital revolution, transforming communication, commerce, and information. Data moved instantly, yet money remained trapped in legacy infrastructures. Transactions required banks, delays, fees, and layers of verification. The internet changed everything except the core mechanics of value exchange. In 2008, during a global financial crisis, a mysterious idea emerged. A white paper described a peer-to-peer electronic cash system without intermediaries. Its creator used a pseudonym, leaving identity permanently unresolved. The proposal challenged centuries of assumptions about monetary authority. Bitcoin introduced a radical concept: digital scarcity without centralized control. Instead of a bank, a distributed network verified and recorded transactions. Mathematical rules governed issuance, eliminating discretionary monetary expansion. Trust shifted from institutions to code, consensus, and cryptography. At first, the idea seemed impractical, even absurd to traditional observers. Digital files were easily copied, making scarcity appear impossible online. Yet blockchain architecture solved this through a shared, immutable ledger. For the first time, digital ownership gained structural credibility. Adoption began quietly among technologists, libertarians, and experimental thinkers. Early transactions carried little monetary value but enormous symbolic weight. A new asset class slowly formed outside conventional regulatory frameworks. Curiosity, skepticism, and ideological conviction fueled its initial growth. As awareness expanded, speculation accelerated, and volatility became unavoidable. Prices surged, collapsed, and surged again in dramatic cycles. Critics called it a bubble, supporters called it monetization. Both perspectives captured fragments of a far more complex reality. Beyond price movements, deeper questions about money itself resurfaced. What defines value when trust no longer depends on governments? Can algorithms replace central banks in regulating monetary supply? I is scarcity engineered by code equivalent to scarcity found in nature. The breaking point came as mainstream finance could no longer ignore crypto. Institutions entered, regulations intensified, and narratives sharply polarized. Some saw liberation from inflationary systems and centralized decision-making. Others warned of instability, speculation, and systemic risk. Meanwhile, thousands of alternative cryptocurrencies rapidly appeared across the landscape. Each promised improvements, efficiency gains, or entirely new economic models. Innovation flourished, but confusion and excess inevitably followed. Markets struggled to distinguish genuine utility from unsustainable hype. Fallout emerged through spectacular collapses, frauds, and failed experiments. Investors learned that decentralization does not eliminate human error. Technology proved resilient, but projects and promises often did not. Volatility revealed both opportunity and unforgiving consequences. Governments and regulators attempted responses, yet solutions remained incomplete. Bans, restrictions, and frameworks produced uneven global outcomes. Some nations embraced innovation, others prioritized monetary sovereignty and control. The tension between decentralization and authority intensified rather than disappeared. Failed fixes highlighted a deeper paradox within modern financial evolution. Centralized systems seek stability. Decentralized systems seek independence and resilience. Both address real weaknesses, yet both introduce new uncertainties. Today, cryptocurrencies exist not merely as assets but as competing ideas. They challenge assumptions about trust, control, inflation, and institutional dependency. Their rise mirrors historical cycles where technology disrupts entrenched structures. Resistance and adoption unfold simultaneously, creating persistent uncertainty. The repeating pattern is difficult to ignore across monetary history. New systems appear during crises of confidence and structural stress. Early chaos eventually gives way to integration, regulation, or replacement. The trajectory remains unpredictable, yet the forces driving it are familiar. Three takeaways emerge from this unfolding transformation of digital money. First, money is ultimately a social technology shaped by collective belief. Second, decentralization redistributes power but does not eliminate risk. Third, volatility is inherent when financial paradigms undergo fundamental change. The warning is subtle, but critical for anyone observing this evolution. Innovation can generate progress, speculation, and instability in equal measure. Understanding mechanisms matters more than chasing narratives or momentum. The future of money will reward knowledge, patience, and disciplined thinking.
All right, that's wrap for today. Thanks for watching Wealth Finance 61.
For most workers, earning more money seems simple. If income needs to increase, hours must increase. More shifts, more effort, more overtime, time becomes the main resource. Factories work this way. Corporate offices followed the same structure. Even modern freelance work often depends on hourly billing. Income grows only when time grows. This model shaped the modern workforce. Work longer, work harder, and the paycheck increases. But this system hides a quiet limitation. Time cannot expand forever. Every person has only 24 hours. Eventually, the system reaches a ceiling. This is where a different strategy appears. Instead of increasing hours, some people try increasing leverage. And leverage changes the equation. Leverage means one unit of effort can produce value many times. It separates income from time, and assets become the key. If you're interested in learning how money systems work, make sure to subscribe to Wealth Finance 61, because on this channel, we explain the real economics behind wealth building. In the past, assets were difficult to build. Factories required capital. Rental property required large investments. Businesses required employees and infrastructure. But digital technology introduced a new category. Assets created with knowledge and creativity, without massive capital, and without physical distribution. These are called digital assets. Online courses, software tools, websites, and monetized content, which follows the same economic idea. The work happens once, but revenue can repeat many times. A course can enroll thousands of students. Video can collect millions of views. If you're enjoying this explanation so far, take a moment to like the video. It helps more people discover content about wealth and finance systems. Digital assets grow differently from hourly work. They accumulate slowly. Each new asset creates another income channel, and the system expands layer by layer. One digital product becomes two. A website becomes a network of content. An audience grows across platforms, and the system begins compounding. But the internet created competition as well. Anyone can create content. Anyone can launch a product. Attention has become the scarce resource. Algorithms decide visibility. Platforms control distribution. And distribution often determines revenue. Despite these challenges, digital assets continue spreading, because even small success can outperform over time in the long run. If you're learning something valuable here, comment below and tell me. Do you think digital assets will replace traditional income in the future? 3 lessons appear from this shift. Time is limited. Scalable assets multiply effort, and distribution systems determine success. If you want to keep learning about money, wealth systems, and digital economics, subscribe to Wealth Finance 61 and explore the other videos on this channel. Because in the digital era, the real question may not be how hard someone works, not how well they build systems that keep working for them. In 2026, artificial intelligence is no longer a future concept. It has become part of everyday economic activity. Across the United States, individuals are using AI tools. It's not just for convenience, but for income generation. At first glance, it appears simple. AI helps people write, design, and automate tasks. But beneath this surface lies a deeper transformation, a shift in how value is created. Traditionally, income required either time or capital. People worked hours or invested money. These were the primary paths to earning. But AI introduces a third factor: leverage. AI allows individuals to produce more output with the same input. A single person can now manage tasks that once required teams. This changes the economics of small businesses, opens new opportunities. Content creation is one of the most visible examples. Use AI to generate ideas and drafts. Video creators produce scripts and visuals faster. Output increases while production time decreases. This increase in output leads to more exposure. More exposure leads to more attention. And attention becomes a monetizable asset through ads, sponsorships, and digital products. Another major area is online services. Freelancers now use AI to complete projects more efficiently. Design, coding, marketing, and research tasks accelerate, allowing higher productivity and potentially higher earnings. E-commerce is also evolving. Product descriptions, customer service, and marketing campaigns. These processes can now be partially automated, reducing operational costs significantly. Automation is perhaps the most powerful shift. Repetitive tasks that once consumed time are now streamlined. Scheduling, communication, and data processing become faster. This allows individuals to focus on strategy. However, not everyone benefits equally from these changes. Many people use AI tools but see limited financial results because they focus on tasks instead of systems. And systems determine income. Successful individuals build structured processes. Content drives traffic. Traffic generates leads. Leads convert into revenue. AI enhances each part of this system. It increases speed and efficiency. But it does not replace strategy. Strategy remains the foundation. Another important factor is competition. As AI becomes widely accessible, more people enter the market. This increases supply across many industries, making differentiation more important. Quality becomes a key advantage. Generic content struggles to stand out. Original insights and value gain attention. And attention drives income. There is also a shift in cost structures. Businesses can operate with fewer resources, reducing the barrier to entry, but also lowering margins in competitive spaces. Despite these challenges, the AI-driven economy continues expanding. New tools are developed constantly. Tech capabilities improve rapidly, and adoption increases across industries. 3 key insights define this transition. First, AI amplifies productivity rather than replacing effort. Second, income increasingly depends on systems instead of tasks. And third, attention remains the core driver of value. The people succeeding in this environment are not simply using AI tools. They are combining them into scalable systems that generate repeatable income. This marks a broader shift in how money is made, from labor-driven income to leverage-driven systems. Where output is no longer limited by time alone, the long-term implications are significant. Work becomes more flexible, income becomes more diversified, and financial strategies evolve. The question is not whether AI will change the economy. It already is. The real question is how individuals adapt to this change. If you want more deep explanations about money systems, digital economies, and financial strategies, explore more videos on Wealth Finance 61, like the video. Subscribe to the channel and share your thoughts in the comments.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Wealth Finance 61. Let's get into it.
To understand modern geopolitics, you first need to understand one powerful idea. The global role of the US dollar. Why does the dollar dominate global trade? Why do US sanctions have such massive impact? Why don't sanctions from smaller countries shake the world in the same way? Let's break this down in very simple terms. Thousands of years ago, there was no money. People relied on barter, exchanging goods directly. If you had rice and needed vegetables, you traded. This worked in small communities, but it had serious limitations. Goods spoil. Value is hard to measure. Large-scale trade becomes nearly impossible. The solution came in the form of precious metals, gold and silver. They didn't spoil, were widely valued, and could store wealth. Eventually, societies minted coins, making trade easier. But coins created another problem: weight and security. Transporting large amounts of gold was risky and inconvenient. So merchants and early financial systems developed paper claims. Instead of carrying gold, you deposited it and received a note promising redemption. These notes gradually evolved into modern currency. For a long time, many countries operated under the gold standard. Currency had direct backing in gold. Governments could only print money proportional to their reserves. This system shaped global trade for centuries. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, Britain's economy was dominant. The British pound became widely used in international trade. Confidence in Britain's financial stability supported global trust in its currency. Then came the World Wars. These conflicts devastated Europe's economies and drained gold reserves. Meanwhile, the United States emerged economically stronger, with expanding industrial capacity and large gold holdings. In 1944, as World War II neared its end, nations met to redesign the global financial system. The result was the Bretton Woods framework. Under this system, the US dollar was linked to gold at a fixed rate. Other currencies were linked to the dollar. Global institutions were created to stabilize finance and provide reconstruction funding. This arrangement made the dollar central to global trade and reserves. Countries could settle international transactions using dollars rather than constantly moving gold. Over time, this created network effects. The more the dollar was used, the more useful and trusted it became. In 1971, the system changed dramatically. The United States ended the dollar's direct convertibility into gold. From that point forward, the dollar became a fiat currency, backed not by gold, but by confidence in the US economy, government, and financial system. Why did the dollar remain dominant even after gold backing ended? Several reasons. First, global trade was already deeply integrated with the dollar. Second, US financial markets were large, liquid, and stable. Third, key commodities, especially oil, were priced globally in dollars. When critical resources are traded in a currency, global demand for that currency rises. Countries need it to buy essential goods. This helps explain the concept often called the petrodollar system. When exporters price commodities in dollars, importers must acquire dollars, reinforcing its global role. Now let's talk about sanctions. US sanctions are powerful not merely because of military strength, but because of financial infrastructure. Much of the world's trade, banking, and settlement systems operate through dollar-linked mechanisms. When access to these systems is restricted, a country can face severe disruption, difficulty conducting international payments, reduced investment flows, currency pressure. Trade complications. This is why financial restrictions can have immediate economic consequences. Why don't sanctions from smaller countries carry similar weight? Because global dependency matters. The influence of sanctions depends on how central the issuing country is to global finance, trade, and capital flows. The United States plays a uniquely large role in these networks. However, global finance is not static. In recent years, countries have explored ways to diversify currency usage, reduce risk exposure, and increase regional financial cooperation. These efforts reflect long-term economic strategy, not sudden shifts. The dollar's dominance rests on deep structural foundations built over decades. So the key takeaway is this: the global role of the US dollar is rooted in history, trade patterns, financial market depth, and institutional trust. Its influence shapes everything from commodity pricing to international sanctions. Understanding this system helps explain why economic policy often drives geopolitical outcomes. Because in the modern world, financial power is inseparable from global influence.
All right, that's wrap for today. Thanks for watching Wealth Finance 61. Hey everyone, welcome back to Wealth Finance 61. Let's get into it.
Meet Bob. Bob lives in the United States, where he uses the US dollar every single day. To Bob, $1 is just $1. Simple, predictable, normal. But then Bob travels. First stop, Europe. Goes to Germany and tries to exchange his dollars for euros. That's when he notices something strange. $1 doesn't equal €1. Instead, it might get him only a fraction of a euro. Later, Bob visits Vietnam. Now things get really confusing. Suddenly, $1 converts into tens of thousands of Vietnamese dong. Same dollar, completely different numbers. So what's going on here? Why doesn't money have the same value everywhere? Why isn't $1 equal to €1 or 1 yen or 1 dong? And why do these values constantly change? To understand this, we need to step back and look at what money actually is. A long time ago, most currencies were tied to something physical, usually gold. This system was known as the gold standard. Under the gold standard, a country's money represented a fixed amount of gold. Governments couldn't just create unlimited money because they needed gold reserves to back it up. This helped keep exchange rates relatively stable. If every currency was tied to gold, then their values were indirectly tied to each other. But as the global economy expanded, this system became restrictive. Wars, financial crises, and rapid economic growth made it difficult for countries to maintain enough gold. Eventually, most nations abandoned the gold standard. Today, nearly every major currency operates under a fiat system. Fiat money has no intrinsic value. It isn't backed by gold or silver. Its value comes from trust in the government, the economy, and the stability of the financial system. In other words, money is worth something because people collectively agree that it is. Once you understand that, exchange rates start to make more sense. Currencies behave like prices, and prices are determined by supply and demand. If global markets strongly demand a currency, its value rises. If demand weakens, its value falls. But what actually drives that demand? One major factor is inflation. Inflation reduces a currency's purchasing power. When prices rise quickly, each unit of money buys less. If inflation becomes severe, confidence in the currency drops. Investors, businesses, and even citizens may try to move their wealth into more stable currencies. Less demand for the currency means lower value in foreign exchange markets. Another powerful influence is interest rates. Interest rates represent the return investors can earn by holding assets denominated in a currency. When US interest rates rise, American bonds and savings instruments become more attractive to global investors. To invest, they must first acquire US dollars. Higher demand for dollars strengthens the currency. When rates fall, the opposite can happen. Capital may flow elsewhere, reducing demand for the dollar. Economic stability also plays a crucial role. Investors prefer predictable environments. Countries with stable governments, strong institutions, and resilient economies tend to have stronger currencies. Political uncertainty, debt crises, or unstable financial systems can quickly erode confidence. Then there's trade. When a country exports goods, foreign buyers must obtain that country's currency. Heavy export demand can increase currency demand. Conversely, Countries that rely heavily on imports may experience downward pressure on their currency. Global commodity pricing can amplify this effect. For example, because oil has historically been priced in US dollars, countries around the world need dollars to purchase energy. This structural demand has contributed to the dollar's dominant role in global finance. Some countries attempt to reduce volatility through currency pegs. A pegged currency is fixed to another currency, often the US dollar. This can provide stability and predictability for trade and investment. However, it also limits a nation's monetary flexibility and ties its fate to the anchor currency. Finally, why do exchange rates constantly move? Because currencies are traded non-stop in global markets. Banks, corporations, governments, hedge funds, and investors exchange trillions of dollars every day. New data, policy changes, geopolitical events, and market expectations continuously alter perceptions of value. Exchange rates are not static numbers. They are live market prices reflecting global confidence, risk, and opportunity. So why isn't $1 equal to €1 or one dong? Because currencies represent different economies with different inflation levels, interest rates, growth prospects, and risks. Their values are relative, not absolute. Money isn't a fixed measuring stick. It's a dynamic system shaped by global forces. And that's why Bob's dollar never looks the same everywhere he goes.
All right, that's wrap for today. Thanks for watching Wealth Finance 61. Hey everyone, welcome back to Wealth Finance 61. Let's get into it.
Money is supposed to be simple, yet the system that governs your life is anything but simple. We trust numbers on screens, rarely questioning who writes them into existence or why. Then, without warning, a technology appeared claiming money could exist without rulers. To understand that claim, we must rewind to a crisis few truly understood while living through it. In 2008, confidence collapsed faster than markets, and institutions once considered immortal failed. Banks stopped trusting banks, credit froze, and the machinery of global finance began to stutter. The fall of Lehman Brothers became a symbol of hidden fragility. Governments responded with interventions that saved the system, but quietly reshaped its rules. Trillions were created, not mined or earned, but typed into existence by central authorities. Stability returned, yet a subtle question lingered beneath the recovery nobody celebrated. If money can be expanded without limit, what exactly anchors its value over time? That unanswered tension became the fertile ground for a radical monetary experiment. In October 2008, a paper circulated through obscure cryptography circles with little immediate fanfare. Its author, Satoshi Nakamoto, proposed electronic cash without trusted intermediaries. The idea sounded technical, almost academic, yet its implications were quietly explosive. It reframed trust itself, moving it from institutions to mathematics and distributed consensus. Bitcoin did not promise convenience first, nor speed, nor government approval. It promised something more unsettling, a system where rules could not be politically rewritten. Instead of a central ledger, thousands of independent participants would verify every transaction. Instead of authority, there would be proof, computation, and incentives aligned through design. The mechanism seemed strange, even wasteful, to observers trained in traditional economics. Computers competed to solve puzzles, expending energy to secure an invisible network. Yet this apparent inefficiency concealed a crucial economic trade-off with historical precedent. Costliness became the shield, making manipulation prohibitively expensive rather than merely illegal. Early adopters were not corporations or states, but programmers, hobbyists, and ideological experimenters. Coins held little market value, and participation looked more like curiosity than investment. But networks obey a powerful law where usefulness and adoption reinforce each other over time. Each new participant increased resilience, credibility, and the probability of survival. Price volatility followed attention, drawing speculators long before mainstream understanding matured. Dramatic booms created fortunes, while violent crashes erased confidence with equal speed. Critics declared the experiment finished after every collapse, citing instability as fatal weakness. Paradoxically, each survival through chaos strengthened the narrative of antifragility. Beneath the spectacle, a deeper contest unfolded over Bitcoin's purpose and future direction. Was it digital gold, censorship-resistant cash, speculative asset, or technological curiosity? Disagreements hardened into ideological fractures, exposing governance tensions within decentralized systems. Consensus, once assumed automatic, proved as political among users as within nations. Scaling debates revealed uncomfortable constraints embedded deliberately into the protocol's architecture. Connection capacity remained limited, preserving decentralization at the cost of throughput. Proposed fixes promised efficiency, but threatened to concentrate power among fewer participants. Trade-offs once theoretical became unavoidable choices with economic and philosophical consequences. Meanwhile, traditional finance observed cautiously, oscillating between dismissal, curiosity, and strategic interest. Institutions recognized both a threat to monetary control and an opportunity for new instruments. Regulatory responses varied, reflecting national priorities rather than a unified global doctrine. Certainty itself became a defining characteristic of Bitcoin's interaction with existing systems. Energy consumption emerged as a recurring flashpoint, often framed as waste versus security. Yet historical monetary systems also depended on costly extraction, infrastructure, and enforcement mechanisms. The real question was never raw consumption, but comparative function and systemic benefit. Security in any trust system demands sacrifice, whether computational, physical, or institutional. Adoption advanced unevenly, driven by crises, capital flows, technological familiarity, and generational shifts. In regions facing currency instability, Bitcoin's volatility sometimes appeared preferable to certainty of decline. Stable economies, it functioned more as speculation or long-term hedge than transactional medium. Context, not ideology, largely dictated perception and usage patterns. Shocking data accompanied the rise from negligible valuation to trillion-dollar market capitalization within years. No central issuer orchestrated expansion, no treasury-managed supply, no board-guided strategy. Scarcity remained algorithmic, having issuance predictably while demand fluctuated unpredictably. This inversion of monetary discretion challenged assumptions embedded for centuries. Every cycle repeated a familiar psychological script observed across financial history. Euphoria fueled leverage, leverage magnified risk, and corrections punished excess with brutal clarity. Observers blamed the asset, rarely acknowledging human behavior as the persistent constant. Technology changed, but crowd dynamics proved remarkably stable across eras. Failed fixes followed predictable paths, promising stability through mechanisms that reintroduced centralization pressures. Stablecoins, custodial platforms, and layered solutions expanded utility while recreating old vulnerabilities. Trust migrated back toward intermediaries, subtly reversing Bitcoin's founding philosophical departure. Efficiency gained ground, yet systemic risk quietly reassembled in new forms. Modern parallels became unavoidable, echoing earlier tensions between control, stability, and individual sovereignty. Central banks, including the Federal Reserve, explored digital currencies with different premises. Competing visions of programmable money revealed divergent priorities about surveillance, policy, and freedom. The contest was no longer technological alone, but deeply political and economic. Three takeaways emerged from this unfolding narrative of code, incentives, and belief. First, money is ultimately a coordination system sustained by collective trust rather than intrinsic substance. Second, decentralization introduces resilience and constraints simultaneously, never delivering benefits without costs. Third, volatility reflects discovery within uncertainty, not merely dysfunction or failure. The unresolved question is not whether Bitcoin wins or loses, but what its existence reveals. It exposes that monetary design is neither neutral nor fixed, but shaped by power and priorities. The future may blend models, clash violently, or evolve beyond current imagination. The only certainty is that ignoring the transformation guarantees misunderstanding its consequences. If this story altered how you perceive money, then curiosity has already done its work. Question assumptions, examine incentives, and follow the structures that quietly govern economic reality. Because the architecture of money shapes behavior long before policy debates reach public awareness. and understanding that architecture may become the most valuable literacy of the modern age.
All right, that's wrap for today. Thanks for watching Wealth Finance 61.
$500 seems small. For many people, it barely covers a week of expenses. But in wealth building, it can be more than it can be a starting point for something much bigger. The key is perspective. Wealthy individuals do not see $500 as a limit. They see it as a unit in a larger system, a system that can multiply money over time. The first step is positioning. Choosing a place where the $500 can start generating more money. This could be a small investment, a micro business, or an opportunity that scales. The focus is not on immediate large returns. It's on creating a foundation. Next comes the principle of multiplication. The initial gains are small, perhaps turning $500 into $600 or $700. It seems insignificant at first, but these increments matter when repeated. Reinvestment is critical. Instead of cashing out early, profits are put back into the system. This creates cycles of growth. Each cycle becomes slightly larger than the previous one. Over time, compounding accelerates results. $500 becomes $1,000, then $2,000. The momentum begins to work in favor of the system, and the growth curve starts to rise faster. Learning occurs simultaneously. Each iteration teaches lessons about timing, risk, and opportunity. Skills are built while money grows. The system becomes self-reinforcing. At a certain point, scale becomes possible. Opportunities that were unavailable at $500 open up at $5,000 or $10,000. The process expands. New avenues for income appear. Diversification is often introduced. The capital is spread across multiple streams. This reduces risk and stabilizes returns, making the system more robust. This step-by-step approach is why $500 can eventually become $50,000. It is not magic. It is patience, discipline, and structure. Early withdrawals disrupt the momentum. Those who stick with the system see exponential growth. Another critical factor is mindset. Small capital teaches humility. It encourages learning before scaling recklessly. Mistakes are smaller. Lessons are valuable. 3 lessons emerge clearly. First, starting small does not limit potential. Second, reinvestment and compounding are essential. Third, patience and discipline drive results over time. The system rewards consistency. It does not favor shortcuts, and it does not rely on luck alone. The mechanics of growth are predictable if followed correctly. For many, this approach transforms not just money, but thinking. They learn how to recognize opportunities, evaluate risk, and optimize outcomes. The journey from $500 to $50,000 is as much about mindset as it is about capital. The real question is, are you willing to start small, follow a system consistently long enough for it to work? If you want more detailed explanations of money systems, compounding, and wealth building strategies, explore more videos on Wealth Finance 61, like the video, subscribe, and comment your thoughts below. At first glance, $1,000 does not seem significant. For many people, it represents a small amount of savings, something easily spent or forgotten. But in wealth building, the meaning of money is different. Wealthy individuals do not evaluate money only by its size. They evaluate it by its potential. What can this amount become over time? How can it be multiplied? This shift in perspective changes everything. Because $1,000 is not treated as an endpoint. It is treated as the first unit in a system designed to grow. The first stage is not investing. It is positioning. Finding a way to use that capital to generate additional income. Even small increases matter at this stage. This might involve skills, services, or small opportunities. The goal is simple. Turn 1,000 into slightly more than 1,000 and repeat the process. At this point, the progress appears slow. Growth is measured in small increments because the results do not look impressive. But this stage is critical. It builds the foundation of the system. Income generation becomes consistent, and financial discipline begins forming. Once the system produces reliable returns, the second stage begins: reinvestment. Instead of spending profits, wealth builders recycle capital back into the system. This increases the size of each cycle and accelerates growth. Now the system starts compounding. Returns generate new returns. Each cycle becomes larger than the previous one, and the growth curve begins to change. At first, compounding feels slow. The increases are small relative to effort. But over time, the effect becomes visible. Growth begins accelerating. This is where most people misunderstand wealth. They focus on the early stage, where progress is minimal, and they assume the system does not work. But the real transformation happens later, when the system reaches a certain scale. Now each cycle produces meaningful gains, and momentum builds. At this stage, new opportunities appear. Larger investments become possible. More efficient systems can be created, and income sources diversify. Diversification becomes the next layer. Instead of relying on a single source, wealth builders create multiple streams, each contributing to the overall system. This reduces risk and stabilizes income, allowing the system to continue growing even when one part slows down. Over time, the structure becomes powerful. Income feeds investment. Investment feeds growth. Growth feeds more opportunities. This is how small capital transforms, not through one large event, but through repeated cycles of growth. It's building on the previous one. The journey from 1,000 to millions is not linear. It is exponential, slow at the beginning, faster as the system matures. 3 lessons stand out clearly. First, the amount of starting capital matters less than the system. Second, reinvestment is the engine of growth. And third, patience allows compounding to work. The surprising truth is that many people can start this process, but very few continue long enough, because the early stages test discipline. Discipline is often underestimated. The question is not whether $1,000 is enough. The question is whether the system built around it is strong. Because once the system works, the starting number becomes less important. And that is how wealth is quietly built. If you want more deep explanations about money systems, wealth building, and financial strategies, explore more videos on Wealth Finance 61. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share your thoughts in the comments. For decades, the traditional job was considered the safest financial path. Education led to employment. Employment provided stable income. Stable income supported long-term security. This model shaped modern economies. Companies offered salaries in exchange for time and skills. Workers traded hours for predictable pay. The system appeared reliable. But beneath this stability, a limitation always existed. Income was directly tied to time. No matter how skilled an individual became, there were only so many hours available to sell. For many years, this limitation was accepted. Rising wages and economic growth masked the constraint. Careers advanced steadily. Financial progress felt achievable. But over time, the system began to change. Costs of living increased in many regions. Job competition intensified, and income growth slowed relative to expenses. At the same time, technology introduced new possibilities. The internet created platforms for independent work. Digital tools allowed individuals to produce and distribute value globally. And new income models began emerging. These models operated differently from traditional jobs. Instead of trading time directly for money, they focused on building systems that could generate income repeatedly. A single effort could produce ongoing returns. Creation became one example. Video, article, or digital asset could reach thousands of people. Once created, it continued generating attention. And attention could be monetized multiple times. Digital products introduced another shift. Ebook, course, or software tool could be sold repeatedly. Production happened once. Distribution happened continuously. Online services also evolved. Freelancers began productizing their skills. Instead of selling hours, they sold outcomes. This increased efficiency and scalability. But systems started earning differently. Their income was no longer strictly tied to time. Their growth potential expanded. This shift attracted a specific group of people. Highly skilled individuals who recognized the limitation of hourly income. They were not leaving work. They were leaving a structure that constrained growth. However, this transition is not without challenges. Building income systems requires uncertainty. Results are not immediate, and failure is common in early stages. Traditional jobs still offer stability. A predictable paycheck reduces financial risk. Benefits in structured environments provide security. These advantages remain valuable for many people. But the trade-off is control over time, control over income growth, and control over financial direction. As more people evaluate these trade-offs, the workforce begins to shift gradually. Some remain within traditional systems. Others explore hybrid approaches, working a job while building income systems on the side, testing ideas without fully leaving stability, gradually transitioning as systems become reliable. This approach reduces risk while expanding opportunity. The long-term impact of this shift is significant. Economies may move toward more flexible work structures. Individuals may rely on multiple income streams, and financial independence may look very different in the future. 3 key insights emerge from this trend. First, the limitation of time-based income is becoming more visible. Second, technology is enabling scale. Third, financial strategy is shifting from jobs to systems. The decision to leave a traditional job is not universal. It depends on risk tolerance, skills, and personal goals. But the underlying economic change is clear. New ways of earning are expanding. The most important question is no longer where to work. It is how income is structured, because structure determines scalability, and scalability determines long-term growth. As this shift continues, the definition of work itself may evolve. But transforming, if you want more deep explanations about money systems, wealth strategies, and economic shifts, explore more videos on Wealth Finance 61. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share your perspective in the comments.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Wealth Finance 61. Let's get into it.
What if money is not a thing but a story we collectively agree to believe? Entire civilizations have risen and collapsed based on that fragile shared fiction. Gold once anchored that belief with weight, scarcity, and physical certainty. But certainty itself would become the first casualty of financial evolution. For thousands of years, gold appeared immune to human manipulation and political whim. It did not rust, decay, or multiply at the command of kings. Its rarity imposed discipline on rulers and constraints on reckless expansion. That constraint, however, would eventually collide with modern economic ambition. As trade expanded, physical metal became increasingly inconvenient for growing economies. Transporting large quantities of gold was slow, costly, and dangerously impractical. Banks emerged as custodians, promising safety while issuing paper claims against reserves. Trust quietly began migrating from metal itself to financial intermediaries. Paper money introduced a powerful abstraction that reshaped economic behavior. Value no longer required physical possession, but confidence in institutional credibility. As long as redemption remained possible, the illusion felt stable. Yet stability built on belief alone contains vulnerabilities invisible during prosperity. Periodic banking panics exposed the structural weakness beneath this monetary arrangement. When fear spread, redemption demands surged beyond what vaults could satisfy simultaneously. Even solvent institutions collapsed under the mathematics of collective withdrawal. Confidence, once fractured, proved more volatile than any commodity price. Policymakers sought a solution capable of containing these recurrent financial crises. Centralization appeared to offer coordination, elasticity, and emergency liquidity in turmoil. The creation of the Federal Reserve marked a turning point in monetary authority. Power over currency gradually consolidated into a single systemic actor. The new framework promised stability by managing reserves and smoothing credit cycles. Interest rates became policy tools rather than market outcomes alone. Adjustments aimed to counter contractions and prevent destructive deflationary spirals. Economic management replaced passive adherence to metallic constraints. Early successes encouraged confidence in active intervention and macroeconomic steering. Lower borrowing costs stimulated investment, consumption, and speculative enthusiasm alike. Asset prices surged, reinforcing optimism and masking accumulating systemic imbalances. Booms fed narratives of mastery over the old limitations of scarcity, yet expansions fueled by credit often carry seeds of their own reversal. Excess leverage magnifies gains while quietly amplifying fragility beneath surface prosperity. When expectations shift, Liquidity evaporates faster than confidence can be restored. Financial systems built on psychology can unwind with brutal speed. The collapse that followed revealed the scale of interconnected economic vulnerability. Bank failures cascaded, contracting money supply and intensifying real economic devastation. Deflation increased debt burdens, accelerating insolvency across households and institutions. What seemed like wealth dissolved into balance sheet arithmetic and fear. Authorities responded with unprecedented measures to reflate demand and restore stability. Liquidity injections and policy innovations redefined the boundaries of central banking responsibility. The crisis reshaped doctrines, embedding intervention as a permanent feature of modern finance. Money's meaning drifted further from metal toward policy-driven abstraction. Decades later, similar patterns echo through bubbles, crashes, and emergency rescues. Credit expansion, optimism, correction, and intervention repeat with unsettling familiarity. Technologies change, markets evolve, but human behavior exhibits remarkable continuity. Belief, not mathematics alone, remains the ultimate driver of financial cycles. First, money functions because societies accept shared narratives of value and stability. Second, institutions managing that belief wield influence extending far beyond technical policy. Third, confidence can sustain systems longer than fundamentals might logically justify. Fragility often accumulates precisely when risks appear most distant and abstract. The enduring question is not whether belief shapes money, but how belief shifts. History suggests transitions occur gradually, then suddenly, under pressure and necessity. Understanding these dynamics offers perspective in an era of digital and synthetic assets. If money is a story, the next chapter is already being written.
All right, that's wrap for today. Thanks for watching Wealth Finance 61. Hey everyone, welcome back to Wealth Finance 61. Let's get into it.
September 1929, confidence felt unbreakable. Wealth seemed permanently ascendant. In Manhattan, a businessman sensed unease without clear evidence. Prices climbed, newspapers celebrated, yet intuition whispered that something was fragile. He chose caution over consensus, a decision history would quietly vindicate. On a Tuesday morning, he entered his bank with measured urgency. A passbook changed hands, a routine gesture carrying extraordinary consequence. The tellers counted bills, not digits on screens or delayed confirmations. Within minutes, his savings transformed into tangible, portable certainty. 2 days later, markets convulsed, shattering illusions of endless prosperity. Panic faster than understanding, fear replacing euphoria almost instantly. Crowds gathered outside banks, discovering trust can evaporate without warning. Access, once assumed permanent, became the central drama of survival. The catastrophe became legend, but forward. Excess leverage magnified losses, speculation collided with collapsing confidence. Institutions failed because reserves vanished, not because systems denied withdrawals. Choices determined outcomes more than infrastructure or administrative barriers. Nearly a century later, financial architecture operates on different principles. Modern stability depends on containment, friction, and carefully engineered delays. Liquidity exists within rules, procedures, and algorithmic risk controls. Freedom of movement no longer mirrors the simplicity of earlier eras. Retirement wealth illustrates this transformation with remarkable clarity and scale. Accounts promise long-term security while discouraging rapid emotional decision-making. Penalties, taxes, and thresholds redefine ownership into conditional accessibility. Value remains visible, yet immediacy becomes subject to institutional process. Banking itself reflects similar evolution beneath everyday digital convenience. Large cash movements trigger compliance protocols shaped by anti-fraud imperatives. Daily limits fragment retrieval, stretching access across time rather than moments. Calm conditions mask constraints that surface only when urgency intensifies. Market vehicles introduce another layer of complexity often misunderstood by investors. Funds rely on liquidity providers whose presence depends on stable participation. During stress, pricing diverges, spreads widen, and theoretical value becomes negotiable. What appears liquid may behave unpredictably when everyone seeks simultaneous exit. History has already provided modern rehearsals of this structural tension. Redemption gates, trading halts, and valuation uncertainties periodically reshape expectations. Investors confront delays not from insolvency, but from systemic risk management design. The distinction matters little when timing becomes the decisive variable. Underneath these mechanisms lies unprecedented speed in market behavior itself. Algorithms react to volatility with mechanical precision and relentless consistency. Feedback loops accelerate movements once moderated by human hesitation and judgment. Time compresses, transforming gradual corrections into abrupt, destabilizing cascades. Leverage compounds this dynamic, frequently embedded beyond ordinary visibility. Derivatives, structured products, and collateral chains amplify both gains and fragility. Unwinding unfolds rapidly when correlations shift or confidence deteriorates unexpectedly. Stability depends on participants acting predictably within inherently unstable environments. Infrastructure, though technologically advanced, introduces its own subtle vulnerabilities. Digital settlement networks require continuous function, synchronization, and operational confidence. Surges in demand expose bottlenecks invisible during routine transactional flows. Modern finance thrives on connectivity, its dependence from that very design. Episodes like Silicon Valley Bank reveal contemporary speed and sensitivity. Information traveled instantly, reactions synchronized, withdrawals concentrated within hours. Regulatory interventions stabilize outcomes, but access briefly vanished for many participants. Confidence proved as decisive as capital, liquidity, or formal solvency measures. Policymakers respond with tools shaped by lessons from previous disruptions. Safeguards seek systemic continuity, often prioritizing stability over individual immediacy. Containment strategies attempt to prevent cascades that destabilize entire economies. Yet each safeguard subtly alters the relationship between ownership and accessibility. The enduring pattern is neither conspiracy nor inevitability, but structure. Financial systems balance freedom and stability through evolving layers of constraint. In crises, these trade-offs become visible, personal, and emotionally charged. Assumptions dissolve precisely when certainty feels most desperately needed. Three lessons emerge from comparing past simplicity with modern complexity. Liquidity is conditional, speed magnifies outcomes, and psychology drives systemic turning points. Preparation favors understanding mechanisms rather than predicting precise moments of rupture. The question is not fear, but awareness of how rules behave under stress.
All right, that's wrap for today. Thanks for watching Wealth Finance 61. Hey everyone, welcome back to Into It.
Most people believe the stock market reflects the true pulse of the global economy. Headlines celebrate equities, founders, and technology as drivers of wealth and power. Yet beneath these visible arenas operates a larger force that rarely attracts attention. The bond market quietly dictates the rules under which everything else must function. This market does not command fascination like booming stocks or volatile cryptocurrencies. It rarely dominates social conversation or speculative enthusiasm among ordinary investors, but its movements influence mortgage rates, government budgets, corporate survival, and currencies. Its signals shape economic reality long before public narratives recognize the shift. To understand this power, we must travel backward to the origins of sovereign borrowing. Early states faced a recurring dilemma of financing wars, infrastructure, and political stability. Taxation alone proved politically dangerous, often inciting unrest or resistance among populations. Borrowing emerged as a subtler instrument, transferring immediate costs into the future. Bonds formalized this arrangement by transforming promises into tradable financial instruments. Investors lent capital, governments received funding, and repayment obligations became structured contracts. Creditors gained predictable income streams while states secured resources without immediate extraction. Debt thus evolved into a foundational pillar of modern governance and economic expansion. The rise accelerated alongside the development of central banking institutions and financial intermediaries. Central banks stabilized sovereign debt markets, reinforcing confidence in government obligations. Commercial banks integrated bonds into balance sheets as collateral, reserves, and liquidity tools. Debt instruments became embedded within the architecture of money creation itself. This profound transformation of financial power dynamics. Governments depended on markets to finance deficits, while markets depended on governments for safety. Bonds became the reference point for valuing risk across the entire investment universe. Interest rates emerged not as abstract numbers, but as prices of global trust. The bond market's dominance expanded further as economies embraced credit-driven growth models. Investment, consumption, and public spending increasingly relied on borrowed rather than accumulated resources. Growth expectations justified expanding leverage across households, corporations, and states simultaneously. Debt markets evolved from financing mechanisms into systemic stabilizers of economic activity. The breaking point appeared whenever confidence wavered or inflation disrupted established assumptions. Rising yields increased borrowing costs, destabilizing fiscal plans and corporate financing structures. Asset valuations recalibrated as discount rates shifted, compressing prices across markets. What seemed like isolated financial adjustments triggered widespread economic consequences. These episodes revealed a critical asymmetry hidden beneath conventional economic interpretations. Stock markets react, but bond markets impose constraints that others must obey. Equity optimism collapses quickly when debt servicing costs rise beyond sustainable thresholds. Liquidity evaporates when bond investors demand higher compensation for perceived risks. Fallout extends rapidly through governments whose budgets hinge on stable financing conditions. Higher yields translate into larger interest payments, diverting resources from public priorities. Debt rollover becomes more expensive, reinforcing deficits, even without new spending initiatives. Fiscal flexibility narrows as market discipline intensifies beyond electoral or political. Corporations experience similar pressures, though often with greater immediacy and fragility. Debt-funded expansion becomes vulnerable when returns on investment. Credit downgrades cascade through funding channels, amplifying stress across interconnected institutions. Employment, investment, and production decisions contract under tightening financial conditions. Failed fixes typically emerge during crises framed as temporary disruptions, rather than structural tensions. Central banks intervene with liquidity programs, asset purchases, and forward guidance assurances. These actions stabilize markets, but often reinforce dependence on continuous monetary accommodation. Temporary relief evolves into recurring necessity, reshaping expectations and incentives system-wide. Over time, the bond market signals grow inseparable from economic policy itself. Policymakers monitor yields as indicators of credibility, stability, and investor confidence levels. Market reactions influence decisions on rates, spending, taxation, and financial regulation frameworks. Authority migrates subtly from legislative chambers toward financial market sensitivities. Demonstrate the staggering scale of this dynamic across global economies. Global debt now exceeds hundreds of trillions, dwarfing historical benchmarks and comparisons. Sovereign yields influence everything from housing affordability to emerging market capital flows. A fractional rate change can redistribute wealth and risk across continents instantly. Repeating patterns emerge with remarkable consistency across decades of financial history. Periods of low yields encourage leverage, speculation, and optimism about perpetual stability. Rising yields expose fragilities, compress valuations, and trigger urgent stabilization measures. Interventions restore calm, but rarely dismantle the underlying cycle of dependency. The paradox lies in visibility, because the bond market rarely dominates public imagination. Its mechanics appear technical, distant, and insulated from everyday economic interpretation. Yet its judgments define the consequential price in society. Power operates most effectively when its influence remains widely underestimated or misunderstood. 3 takeaways clarify why this market quietly controls the global economic landscape. First, bond yields anchor valuation, risk perception, and capital allocation across financial systems. Second, Debt sustainability constrains governments and corporations more than growth narratives suggest. Third, central bank actions increasingly respond to market stability rather than autonomous objectives. The warning is not of imminent collapse, but of persistent structural vulnerability. Systems reliant on continuous refinancing become sensitive to shifts in confidence and inflation. Stability requires ever greater coordination, intervention, and suppression of volatility signals. Fragility accumulates precisely where resilience appears strongest under prolonged calm. The bond market's quiet authority challenges conventional assumptions about economic power distribution. Influence does not always reside in visible wealth, innovation, or political leadership structures. It often resides in the mechanisms governing credit, liquidity, and trust formation dynamics. Understanding these mechanisms reframes how modern economies truly function beneath surface narratives. Continue questioning financial structures that shape outcomes without attracting proportional attention. Examine incentives, dependencies, and historical patterns rather than isolated market events. Share this perspective with others exploring the hidden architecture of global finance. Subscribe for deeper examinations into money, debt, and economic power. Corporations experience similar pressures, though often with greater immediacy and fragility. Debt-funded expansion becomes vulnerable when refinancing costs exceed projected returns on investment. Credit downgrades cascade through funding channels, amplifying stress across interconnected institutions. Employment, investment, and production decisions contract under tightening financial conditions. Failed fixes typically emerge during crises framed as temporary disruptions, rather than structural tensions. Central banks intervene with liquidity programs, asset purchases, and forward guidance assurances. These actions stabilize markets, but often reinforce dependence on continuous monetary accommodation. Temporary relief evolves into recurring necessity, reshaping expectations and incentives system-wide. Over time, the bond market signals grow inseparable from economic policy itself. Policymakers monitor yields as indicators of credibility, stability, and investor confidence levels. Market reactions influence decisions on rates, spending, taxation, and financial regulation frameworks. Authority migrates subtly from legislative chambers toward financial market sensitivities. Modern parallels demonstrate the staggering scale of this dynamic across global economies. Global debt now exceeds hundreds of trillions, dwarfing historical benchmarks and comparisons. Sovereign yields influence everything from housing affordability to emerging market capital flows. A fractional rate change can redistribute wealth and risk across continents instantly. Repeating patterns emerge with remarkable consistency across decades of financial history. Periods of low yields encourage leverage, speculation, and optimism about perpetual stability. Rising yields expose fragilities, compress valuations, and trigger urgent stabilization measures. Interventions restore calm, but rarely dismantle the underlying cycle of dependency. The paradox lies in visibility, because the bond market rarely dominates public imagination. Its mechanics appear technical, distant, and insulated from everyday economic interpretation. Yet its judgments define the cost of money, arguably the most consequential price in society. Power operates most effectively when its influence remains widely underestimated or misunderstood. 3 takeaways clarify why this market quietly controls the global economic landscape. First, bond yields anchor valuation, risk perception, and capital allocation across financial systems. Second, debt sustainability constrains governments and corporations more than growth narratives suggest. Third, central bank actions increasingly respond to market stability rather than autonomous objectives. The warning is not of imminent collapse, but of persistent structural vulnerability. Systems reliant on continuous refinancing become sensitive to shifts in confidence and inflation. Stability requires ever greater coordination, intervention, and suppression of volatility signals. Fragility accumulates precisely where resilience appears strongest under prolonged calm. The bond market's quiet authority challenges conventional assumptions about economic power distribution. Influence does not always reside in visible wealth, innovation, or political leadership structures. It often resides in the mechanisms governing credit, liquidity, and trust formation dynamics. Understanding these mechanisms reframes how modern economies truly function beneath surface narratives. Continue questioning financial structures that shape outcomes without attracting proportional attention. Examine incentives, dependencies, and historical patterns rather than isolated market events. Share this perspective with others exploring the hidden architecture of global finance. Subscribe for deeper examinations into money, debt, and economic power.
All right, that's wrap for today. Thanks for watching Wealth Finance 61.
Most people believe the internet is full of easy money. Thousands of videos promise fast income through online side hustles. Freelancing, dropshipping, affiliate marketing, YouTube, digital products. But very few people actually test these ideas long enough to understand how they really work. So imagine starting from zero and trying 10 different online side hustles. No audience, no reputation, no existing business, just an internet connection and curiosity about where money actually comes from. The first side hustle was online surveys. These platforms promise quick cash for answering questions, but the reality quickly became clear. Most surveys pay only a few dollars. Experiment was dropshipping. This business model looks attractive because you can sell products without holding inventory, but competition is intense. Marketing costs quickly eat into profit margins. Without a viral product, sales move slowly. The third experiment was freelance work, writing, design, and small digital services. Unlike surveys or dropshipping, freelancing produces real income faster. Many freelancers charge $20 to $60 per hour, depending on the skill. But freelancing also reveals an important limitation. Your income is still tied directly to time. More clients means more work. And scaling becomes difficult without building a team. The fourth side hustle was affiliate marketing. Instead of selling your own products, you recommend other products and earn commissions. Affiliate average earn around, but successful niches can earn much more. However, affiliate marketing has its own challenge. Traffic. Without an audience, commissions remain very small, which leads to the fifth experiment, creating content. Platforms like YouTube and social media reward creators who consistently produce useful or entertaining content. But growth is slow at first. Many creators spend months building their first audience. Yet something interesting begins to happen once attention grows. Content becomes a gateway. Traffic flows into affiliate links, digital products, courses, and sponsorships. This is why content-driven side hustles can scale dramatically. Some online businesses reach $10,000 per month once systems are established. But the most surprising result from testing multiple side hustles is this. The highest earning opportunities often combine several systems together. For example, content generates traffic. Affiliate marketing monetizes that traffic. Digital products increase profit margins. And services build early cash flow. In other words, the real secret of online income is not choosing one side hustle. It is building a small financial ecosystem. Each system supports the others. Traffic produces leads. Leads produce sales. Sales produce reinvestment. And the system grows stronger over time. 3 lessons appear from this experiment. First, most online side hustles fail because people expect instant results. Second, the highest earning systems combine multiple income streams. And third, attention is the most valuable asset on the internet. Because once people trust your content, monetization becomes much easier. The internet does not reward random effort, it rewards systems. And the people who understand these systems often turn simple side hustles into long-term businesses. If you want more deep explanations about money systems, side hustles, and how digital economies actually work, explore more videos on Wealth Finance 61. Like the video. Subscribe to the channel and comment which side hustle surprised you the most. Many people believe millionaires become wealthy through extraordinary events. A startup success, a massive stock trade, or a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But when economists began studying wealth patterns, a very different story appeared. Most millionaires did not follow dramatic financial paths. Instead, they followed a quiet and repeatable strategy. This pattern appears across decades of financial research. Surveys of wealthy households consistently show similar habits. Income is earned steadily. Spending is carefully controlled, and investments are made consistently over long periods of time. First, this strategy does not look impressive. Saving small amounts of money every month feels slow. Investing gradually into assets appears ordinary. But time transforms this ordinary behavior into something powerful. The key mechanism behind this transformation is compounding. Compounding occurs when investment returns generate additional returns. Instead of growth happening once, it begins repeating year after year. In the early years, the progress seems almost invisible. Small investment balances produce small returns. Many people abandon the process during this stage, but patience creates a different outcome. As investment balances grow, the returns become larger. Eventually, the returns themselves begin producing meaningful income. This is the moment the wealth engine becomes visible. Money begins working alongside effort. Another important factor in millionaire wealth is income stability. Many millionaires do not earn extreme salaries, but they consistently earn enough to maintain steady investment contributions. Consistency becomes more important than dramatic earnings spikes. Over time, this stability allows wealth to accumulate quietly. Another surprising habit among millionaires is spending discipline. Research often shows that wealthy individuals spend less than expected. Instead of upgrading every lifestyle expense, they maintain financial margins. These margins become investment capital. Small differences in spending decisions compound dramatically over decades. For example, choosing a modest home instead of an expensive one, driving reliable vehicles instead of constantly upgrading, avoiding unnecessary consumer debt. These choices may appear small in isolation, but together, they create a large financial advantage. The final piece of the millionaire strategy involves long-term thinking. Many wealthy individuals invest for decades instead of years. They avoid constant trading and speculation. Instead, they allow investments to grow with the broader economy. Stocks, businesses, and productive assets historically increase in value over time. Staying invested through economic cycles, wealth continues expanding. This long horizon protects investors from short-term market noise, as temporary downturns become part of the process instead of reasons to panic. When these three habits combine, something remarkable happens. Income produces savings. Savings produce investments. Investments produce compounding growth. Over time, this system becomes self-reinforcing. The wealth strategy that built most millionaires is not a secret formula. It is a financial structure, a structure built on consistency, patience, and discipline. Three lessons stand out from this pattern. First, wealth often grows slowly before it grows quickly. Second, consistent investing matters more than perfect timing. And third, controlling spending is just as powerful as increasing income. The surprising truth is that many people already understand these principles, but very few follow them long enough to see the results. Because the strategy requires something modern culture rarely celebrates: patience. Yet history repeatedly shows that patience is one of the most powerful financial advantages available. The real question is not whether this strategy works, as the evidence suggests that it does. The real question is whether people are willing to follow it long enough. If you want more deep explanations about wealth systems, financial behavior, and economic patterns, explore more videos on Wealth Finance 61, like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share your thoughts in the comments. The global economy moves trillions of dollars every single day. Most people assume governments directly control this money, but the reality is far more complex. Behind the visible economy exists a powerful financial system. This system did not appear overnight. It slowly evolved through centuries of banking innovation. Merchants needed ways to move money safely between countries. Banks became the institutions that solved this problem. At first, banks simply stored gold and valuables. People deposited their money for protection and convenience. But banks noticed something interesting over time. Most depositors rarely withdrew all their gold at once. This observation changed the financial world forever. Banks realized they could lend part of the deposited money. The original depositors still believed their gold was stored safely. Meanwhile, the bank issued loans using the same money. This process became known as fractional banking. Single deposit could support multiple loans. New economic activities suddenly became possible. Businesses expanded and trade accelerated. But this system created a new problem. If too many people demanded their money at once, banks could collapse. History is full of financial panics triggered by this fear. Entire economies were sometimes destabilized overnight. To solve this instability, another institution emerged. Central banks were created to stabilize national financial systems. They acted as lenders of last resort during crises, and they began influencing the cost of borrowing money. Interest rates became one of the most powerful economic tools. Lower rates encouraged borrowing and spending. Higher rates slowed economic activity. Entire business cycles began responding to these decisions. Over time, the system expanded beyond national borders. Banks, corporations, and investors began operating globally. Capital started flowing wherever opportunities appeared. Financial markets connected nearly every economy on Earth. This global network now moves unimaginable amounts of money. Currencies trade constantly across international markets. Investment funds allocate trillions into credit expands in contracts depending on economic conditions. Yet most people interact with the system only through simple experiences. A mortgage for a house, a loan for education or business, a credit card used for everyday purchases. Behind those ordinary transactions lies an enormous financial engine. Banks create credit. Central banks influence liquidity. Global markets distribute capital. The system functions like a giant circulation network. Money flows through banks, businesses, and governments. Economic growth depends on the speed and stability of this circulation. When the flow slows, economies often struggle, but the system also carries risks. Too much credit can inflate financial bubbles. Too little credit can trigger economic stagnation. Balancing this flow has become one of the biggest challenges in modern finance. Financial crises often reveal the system's hidden complexity. Sudden failures expose connections that were previously invisible. Institutions that seemed unrelated become financially intertwined. Markets react rapidly to restore balance. Despite these risks, the global money system continues expanding. Technology accelerates transactions. Digital payments move funds instantly across borders. Financial markets operate nearly 24 hours a day. 3 lessons emerge from understanding this structure. First, money is not simply printed and spent. It moves through a complex network of credit and institutions. Second, financial systems grow through trust and stability. And third, economic power often follows the flow of capital. The global money system may appear mysterious, but its core mechanisms are built on simple incentives. Banks lend to generate profit. Investors move capital toward opportunity. The result is a constantly evolving financial machine, one that quietly shapes economies, businesses, and personal finances. And once you understand how the system works, you begin to see the economy differently. Because the real question is not only where money exists, it is where money is flowing next. If you enjoy deep finance explanations like this, explore more videos on Wealth Finance 61. Subscribe to the channel and share your thoughts in the comments. The first $10,000 is the most misunderstood milestone in finance. Most people believe it comes from luck, talent, or the right investment. But historically, the first real wealth rarely begins with investing at all. It begins with building a repeatable cash flow system. In America, the idea of starting from zero has always been part of the economic story. Immigrants arrived with nothing but labor and opportunity. Workers moved across states, chasing high wages. But those who accumulated wealth early usually followed a hidden pattern. They did not begin by trying to. They focused on building something small that produced reliable income. A simple service, a trade, a small digital skill, or a market gap. The goal was not wealth at first, but predictable money movement. This first stage is often invisible to outsiders. From the outside, it looks like ordinary work. But internally, something important is happening. A financial engine is slowly being assembled. Most people never build this engine. They earn money, but the system stops there. Income arrives once and immediately leaves through expenses. The cycle resets to zero again and again. But the people who reach their first $10,000 treat income differently. They treat every dollar as fuel for the next dollar. Instead of spending early profits, they reinvest them into the same machine. That is where the compounding process quietly begins. Think of it like a small economic loop. Work produces income, strengthens the system that produced it. The system. This feedback loop is why the first $10,000 feel. Early progress appears almost invisible. Weeks of work might only produce a few $100s of progress. Many people give up during this stage. But the moment the loop becomes stable, something changes. The system begins operating even when effort slows down. Customers return, skills compound, and opportunities begin repeating. Now the money starts arriving faster than expected. At this point, the first $10,000 becomes inevitable. Guaranteed overnight, but structurally likely, because the system producing money has matured, and mature systems tend to scale. This principle appears across many financial stories: small online businesses, freelancers building recurring clients, service providers expanding through referrals. The common factor is not luck or viral success. It is repetition, same process executed again and again, until the system begins carrying its own weight. Ironically, the first $10,000 is not important because of the amount. It is important because of what it proves. It proves the system works. And systems are where real wealth lives. Once the system exists, the next stage becomes possible. Now money can be redirected into assets, its investments, automation, employees, or scalable tools. But none of that works without the original engine. This is why many people struggle when they try to invest too early, put money into markets before building a cash machine. When income disappears, the investments collapse as well. The structure underneath was never stable. History shows that wealth tends to follow structure. Systems create income. Income funds assets. Assets create long-term wealth. The first $10,000 simply marks the moment. And once that moment arrives, the rules of the game change. Now, growth becomes mathematical instead of purely effort-driven. 3 lessons appear from this pattern. First, wealth rarely begins with investing. It begins with reliable income loops. Second, reinvestment accelerates early growth dramatically. And third, systems matter more than individual paychecks. The real question is not how to earn $10,000. The real question is how to build something that earns it repeatedly. Because once the system exists, the amount becomes a side effect. And that leads to a final thought. In a world where technology constantly changes jobs and industries, the safest financial strategy may not be chasing the next opportunity. It may be learning how to build small money systems again and again. If you want more deep explanations about money systems and economic mechanics, explore more videos here on Wealth Finance 61. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share your thoughts in the comments. You spent 12 years inside class designed to prepare you for the future. Yet somehow, the future arrived with credit cards, student loans, and rising rent. Bowen explained how money moves through the system. That silence wasn't random. Modern schooling expanded rapidly during America's industrial boom. Factories needed disciplined workers who could follow schedules. Corporations needed literate employees who respected hierarchy. The economy needed stability more than ownership. So the curriculum evolved around compliance and consistency. Math was taught for calculation, not capital allocation. History was taught for dates, not debt cycles. Success meant employment, not equity. This model worked for decades. Wages rose alongside productivity. A single income could support a household. Pensions rewarded loyalty over risk. But something quietly shifted. Productivity kept climbing while wage growth slowed. Asset prices accelerated faster than salaries, and ownership began separating from labor. Those who understood stocks, real estate, and equity multiplied wealth. Those who only understood paychecks felt inflation first. The gap didn't explode overnight. It widened slowly, almost invisibly. Meanwhile, financial education remained optional. Budgeting was as personal responsibility. System-level money creation was rarely discussed. Compound interest was a formula, not a force. Student debt expanded dramatically. Credit became easier to access than assets. Young graduates entered adulthood already leveraged. And few understood the cost of that leverage. Here is where incentives matter. An employee trades time for income. An owner controls assets that produce income. The system rewards both differently. When you depend only on wages, inflation feels like pressure. When you hold appreciating assets, inflation can feel like lift. Same economy, different outcomes. The curriculum rarely highlighted that contrast. Some reforms attempted to introduce financial literacy. Short workshops, optional electives, scattered programs, but the core structure remained unchanged. Schools still prioritized employment pathways. Meanwhile, technology accelerated capital concentration. Equity in major firms generated exponential returns. Housing shortages pushed property values upward, and asset holders gained structural advantage. The breaking point is subtle. Young workers question why degrees no longer guarantee stability. Households rely on incomes to maintain lifestyle. Retirement feels distant despite full-time work. At the same time, information is everywhere. Investing platforms are accessible. Markets are discussed on social media daily. Curiosity about ownership is rising, so the question becomes larger than school. Was education designed to create wealth builders, or was it built to sustain economic order? Understanding intent changes perspective. This is not conspiracy or blame. It is incentive alignment. Institutions evolve to serve economic needs, and those needs shift over time. Today's economy rewards capital efficiency. Assets scale faster than labor hours. Debt magnifies both gains and losses. Financial literacy is no longer optional. The real lesson was never hidden. It was simply never central. We were taught how to earn. We were not systematically taught how to own. 3 takeaways emerge clearly. First, income alone rarely builds lasting wealth. Second, understanding assets changes your leverage in the system. Third, incentives explain outcomes better than intentions. If the cost of living continues rising faster than wages, ownership becomes less optional and more essential. The system will keep functioning as designed. The only question is where you stand within it. Starting a business once required significant capital. Office space had to be rented, equipment purchased, employees hired. For most people, this barrier was impossible to cross. Ideas existed everywhere. Turning them into businesses needed resources few possessed. Then the internet introduced a new economic layer. Digital infrastructure replaced physical infrastructure. Servers replaced storefronts. Websites replaced office buildings. The cost of launching online fell dramatically. What once required thousands could now start with far less. Today, a basic online system can sometimes be built with around $100. The experiment begins with a simple structure: a website or platform, product or service for a specific audience, a system that distributes value online. The website acts as the central hub. Visitors arrive through search engines, social media, or digital marketplaces. Traffic may start small, sometimes just a few people a day, but digital systems operate continuously. Every hour brings new opportunities. Unlike traditional work, the system does not stop when the creator rests. Content remains visible. Products remain available. Visitors can interact with the system at any time of day. The first sales may take weeks, sometimes months. Each transaction reveals a signal. The system is capable of producing value. Once this appears, the creator improves the structure. More content is added, more products introduced. Traffic channels expand. Algorithms distribute the content further. Growth may start slowly. But once momentum appears, distribution scales rapidly. One article can attract thousands. One product recommendation spreads through communities. Traffic multiplies without extra advertising. The original investment becomes almost irrelevant. Real value lies in the system itself. Many online systems fail, not due to impossible ideas, but because creators quit too early. Persistence is rewarded. Algorithms favor consistent activity. Audiences respond to reliability. Systems improve with iteration. Competition also grows. Thousands of similar projects appear online. Attention becomes scarce. This forces differentiation. Better content, better design, better understanding. Trust transforms small projects. Visitors return. Recommendations spread organically. Revenue stabilizes. So over time, the system compounds. More traffic creates more data. Better data improves decisions. Better decisions increase revenue. A small website may evolve into multiple digital products, courses, tools, memberships, advertising partnerships. The system's small media company. Content attracts attention. Products monetize it. Infrastructure. The transformation looks sudden from outside. Inside, it is hundreds of small adjustments over time. The original investment remains small, but the knowledge gained becomes extremely valuable. Creators start seeing opportunities everywhere, niches where audiences gather, problems waiting for solutions, information waiting to be organized. Each new project starts faster than the previous. Experience reduces uncertainty. Systems become more efficient. Digital assets accumulate. 3 lessons emerge. Small experiments can reveal large opportunities. Digital systems reward patience and iteration. Tension determines economic value. The idea of a $100 online system is not about guaranteed income. It is about accessibility. Anyone can attempt it. Even the smallest experiment in a global digital economy can grow into something far larger. The power lies in the system, not the hours you work.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Wealth Finance 61. Let's get into it.
The best financial advice you will ever hear sounds almost irresponsible at first. It does not promise wealth, early retirement, or secret investment formulas. Instead, it challenges the very story we are taught about money. Because the greatest financial risk is not losing money, but misunderstanding what money is. For most of history, money was a measure of value anchored to something tangible. Gold, silver, and scarce commodities constrained how much could exist. This limitation shaped empires, wars, and political power. Scarcity forced discipline, and discipline defined economic survival. The modern era quietly replaced this world with a new architecture. Money became largely detached from physical constraints. Credit, not currency, emerged as the dominant force, and debt transformed from temporary tool into permanent foundation. This transformation did not happen suddenly, nor accidentally. Governments discovered that borrowing expanded possibilities without immediate pain. Banking systems learned that lending effectively created new purchasing power. Growth accelerated, but so did dependence on expanding obligations. Central banking rose as the manager of this delicate equilibrium. Stability required intervention, liquidity, and continuous calibration. Crises became moments of restructuring rather than collapse. Each rescue reinforced the system's authority and complexity. The breaking point was never a single event, but a repeating cycle. Excess credit fueled expansion, optimism, and speculative confidence. Imbalances accumulated invisibly beneath rising asset prices. Correction arrived abruptly, framed as unpredictable shock rather than structural consequence. Fallout followed familiar patterns across decades and continents. Public wealth contracted, while institutional power consolidated. Emergency measures normalized extraordinary interventions. Temporary policies hardened into permanent features of governance. Failed fixes multiplied because they addressed symptoms instead of mechanisms. Lower interest rates encouraged more borrowing, not less fragility. Liquidity injections preserved valuations without resolving. Debt burdens shifted but rarely diminished in absolute terms. The modern world reflects these dynamics with remarkable consistency. Global debt now exceeds multiples of total economic output. Financial markets react violently to even minor policy adjustments. Stability increasingly depends on confidence rather than fundamental balance. The paradox is subtle yet profound. Systems designed to manage risk often amplify systemic exposure. Mechanisms meant to ensure resilience encourage greater leverage. Apparent safety masks, structural dependency on perpetual expansion. Here lies the advice rarely articulated with sufficient clarity. Personal finance exists within, not outside, these macroeconomic realities. Individuals cannot control monetary systems or debt cycles, but they can control their vulnerability to them. First, prioritize resilience over optimization or theoretical maximum returns. Fragile strategies collapse under conditions models rarely predict accurately. Second, treat debt cautiously, understanding its asymmetric consequences. Leverage magnifies outcomes but removes freedom during contraction. Third, recognize that liquidity and optionality possess hidden strategic value. Flexibility often outweighs nominal gains achieved through rigid commitments. Wealth is not merely accumulation, but endurance across volatility regimes. Survival precedes prosperity in every financial epoch. The warning is neither dramatic nor speculative. Financial systems evolve, but underlying cycles of expansion and correction persist. Confidence can sustain imbalances longer than intuition suggests, yet adjustments, when they occur, are rarely gentle or evenly distributed. The enduring question is not when change will arrive, but how prepared you are. Examine assumptions, incentives, and exposures shaping your decisions. Sustainable advantage belongs to those who respect structural realities. If this perspective altered your thinking, continue exploring beyond conventional narratives.
All right, that's wrap for today. Thanks for watching Wealth Finance 61.
When it comes to money, one institution quietly dominates the game: the Federal Reserve. Its words alone can move markets more than billions in trades ever could. 6 weeks or so, its press conferences set the tone for stocks, bonds, and loans. Forward guidance is how the Fed signals its expectations for the economy and interest rates. There are two ways the Fed communicates: overt statements and subtle language cues. Overt guidance is clear, like announcing rates will stay low for months. Subtle guidance requires parsing phrases like maximum employment achieved or labor market softening. Wall Street treats every word as a signal for where policy might go next. In 2022, the Fed hiked interest rates 7 times, an unusually rapid pace. Stocks responded immediately, and investors scrambled to adjust positions. Beyond rates, the Fed's balance sheet actions buying. These moves add or remove liquidity, indirectly affecting stock prices and valuations. Forward guidance works because expectations shape behavior. If investors believe rates will rise, borrowing slows, spending adjusts, and markets shift. This creates a feedback loop. Words influence markets, markets influence behavior. Behavior influences the economy. Yet it's never perfect. External forces often outweigh Fed statements. The history of forward guidance is surprisingly recent. Before the 1990s, the Fed rarely released policy statements or projections. Decisions were communicated weeks after the fact, leaving markets in the dark. The crisis and financial collapse of 2008 made transparency essential. Chairman Bernanke pioneered forward guidance as rates hit zero during the Great Recession. Without the ability to lower rates further, signaling became a primary tool. The Fed promised extended low rates, reassuring markets during economic uncertainty. Investors began interpreting statements and plots as real-time market cues. THE plots are visual representations of each committee member's rate expectations. Every point shows how high or low members believe rates will go in the future. These charts, released quarterly, become a map of investor expectations. Even small shifts in dots can trigger major market reactions. Forward guidance isn't only about rates. Large-scale asset purchases or quantitative easing inject liquidity into markets. Balance sheets swelled close to $9 trillion. Reducing it, now quantitative tightening carries even larger effects than rate hikes. The Fed's credibility depends on consistency, saying what it will do and then doing it. Yet policymakers must maintain flexibility for unforeseen economic shocks, like the inflation crises of the 1970s and 1980s, shape today's approach. Acting too late can create runaway inflation, while acting too soon can stall growth. The advice on Wall Street is simple: don't fight the Fed. When rates are rising, markets often struggle, and risk-taking must be limited. When rates are low, liquidity fuels opportunities, but only if you understand the signals. Ignoring guidance or misreading cues can cost investors dearly. Even today, interpretation is key. Powell's words during the pandemic indicated low rates and continued bond purchases. Markets reacted slowly at first, then dramatically once the implications became clear. subtle wording make all the difference in strategy. Forward guidance affects everyday life, not just Wall Street. Mortgages, car loans, and credit rates move in sync with Fed policy. Understanding these signals helps households plan borrowing and savings more effectively. The Fed's words ripple through the economy long before numbers appear in reports. Ultimately, forward guidance is both powerful and limited. It shapes expectations, but cannot fully control market behavior or human reactions. Still, reading the signals provides insights unavailable to the average investor. Learning the Fed's language is understanding the invisible hand behind money flows. 3 takeaways. Pay attention to rates, parse statements carefully, and watch balance sheet actions. Forward guidance is a tool for shaping economic expectations and stabilizing markets. Even subtle wording changes can ripple through financial systems globally, failing to understand investors reacting instead of anticipating. The Fed controls more than interest rates. It controls narratives. How markets respond depends on belief, interpretation, and global context. And while not omnipotent, its signals dictate behavior for billions of dollars. Follow the guidance carefully, and you see the future before it arrives.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Wealth Finance 61. Let's get into it.
Every banking crisis is described as a failure of stability, a sudden rupture in the financial order. Yet history reveals something far less chaotic and far more deliberate in its consequences. Institutions rarely emerge weaker from collapse, even when nations and citizens do. The mystery is not why crises occur, but why power consistently concentrates afterward. To understand this pattern, we must step backward into the architecture of modern finance. Banking systems were never merely commercial and loans. They evolved as mechanisms for credit creation, leverage, and coordination. With that evolution came fragility, but also unprecedented political influence. Early banks operated within tangible limits imposed by metal reserves and settlement constraints. Credit expansion was restrained by physical redemption, imposing discipline through scarcity. Financial panics did occur, but their scale remained locally contained. Systemic dominance required something more elastic than gold. The 19th century marked a decisive shift towards centralized monetary authority. Lenders of last resort emerged as guardians against liquidity shortages. Their promise was stability, but their existence transformed incentives throughout banking. Risk could now be socialized, losses potentially absorbed beyond individual institutions. This safety net altered behavior in ways rarely acknowledged at the time. Banks expanded balance sheets, knowing emergencies would trigger extraordinary support. Credit cycles intensified, booms grew larger, and contractions became more destructive. Fragility was no longer accidental, but structurally embedded. The early 20th century provided the first global demonstration of this dynamic. Credit expansion, war, finance intertwined across continents. Monetary authorities attempted coordination without fully understanding systemic consequences. Stability mechanisms inadvertently amplified underlying vulnerabilities. The Great Depression stands as the defining rupture in financial memory. Thousands of banks failed, output collapsed, and unemployment soared beyond precedent. Conventional narratives describe regulatory absence and policy error as primary causes. Less examined is what followed the devastation. In response to collapse, governments expanded supervisory and monetary powers dramatically. Central banks gained new mandates, instruments, and political legitimacy. Deposit guarantees redefined relationships between citizens, banks, and the state. Financial authority migrated away from dispersed private actors. The crisis did not merely reshape banking, it reconfigured governance itself. Economic management became inseparable from monetary intervention and credit allocation. Emergency powers evolved into permanent institutional capabilities. Instability justified centralization with remarkable efficiency. Post-war financial systems embedded these transformations into global structures. Exchange rate regimes, reserve currencies, multilateral institutions reinforced hierarchy. Stability required coordination, and coordination required concentrated authority. Crisis logic became foundational rather than exceptional. Decades later, the pattern reappeared under new technological and regulatory conditions. Financial innovation accelerated leverage while obscuring interconnected exposures. Complex instruments diffused risk perception without reducing systemic vulnerability. Stability once again proved conditional. The global crisis of 2008 echoed earlier collapses with unsettling precision. Liquidity evaporated, credit markets froze, and institutions teetered simultaneously. Authorities intervened with measures previously considered unimaginable. Scale redefined the boundaries of acceptable response. Trillions were mobilized to stabilize balance sheets and restore market functioning. Emergency lending facilities multiplied across jurisdictions with extraordinary speed. Failing institutions merged, consolidated, or received direct state support. Survival hinged on access to central mechanisms. Once again, the aftermath revealed a familiar distribution of consequences. Large institutions emerged larger, smaller competitors vanished or were absorbed. Regulatory frameworks intensified, raising barriers to entry across financial sectors. Concentration accelerated under the banner of resilience. Public discourse emphasized rescue, recovery, and the prevention of future excesses. Less attention focused on structural reinforcement of institutional dominance. Power shifted toward entities deemed systemically indispensable. Fragility paradoxically strengthens central authority. This paradox is not incidental, but rooted in crisis management mechanics. Systemic threats require rapid coordination and decisive liquidity provision. Only central institutions possess balance sheets and mandates large enough to respond. Dependence on centralized support becomes unavoidable. With each intervention, expectations adjust and behavioral feedback loops intensify. Market participants price risk, assuming extraordinary backstops will reappear. Scale advantages compound, favoring institutions closest to monetary authorities. Crisis response shapes future system structure. Data across decades reveals the repeating contours of this evolution. Banking assets concentrate into fewer entities after major disruptions. Central bank balance sheet expand persistently following emergency interventions. Temporary measures display remarkable institutional longevity. Modern parallels extend beyond banking into sovereign finance and market infrastructure. Debt crises trigger supranational oversight and conditional stabilization programs. Liquidity stress invites broader mandates and novel policy instruments. Authority accumulates through necessity rather than decree. Failed fixes often reinforce rather than dissolve underlying dynamics. Tighter regulation increases compliance costs, favoring larger incumbents. Moral hazard debates rarely alter emergency response frameworks. Stability concerns override structural reconsideration. Cycle persists because incentives align across multiple institutional layers. Policymakers prioritize collapse prevention over competitive decentralization. Markets reward entities perceived as protected by systemic importance. Citizens bear diffuse costs while benefits. This recurring sequence reshapes economic landscapes with generational. Power centralizes without overt political confrontation. Institutional revision. Crises accelerate transformations otherwise resisted under normal conditions. Instability becomes an engine of reorganization. Three takeaways emerge from this historical trajectory with unsettling clarity. Banking crises rarely redistribute power downward within financial hierarchies. Emergency measures exhibit structural persistence beyond immediate stabilization needs. Fragility and authority evolve in mutually reinforcing patterns. The warning embedded in this concerns visibility rather than inevitability. Systems designed around perpetual mechanisms of influence. Stability may improve, yet systemic dependence deepens simultaneously. Power migrates gradually, often unnoticed, until firmly entrenched. The open question is not whether crises will recur, but how their aftermaths will reshape authority. Observing these patterns requires sustained attention beyond moments of panic and relief. Understanding financial history becomes a form of institutional literacy. If this exploration sharpened your perspective, continue the inquiry and remain critically engaged.
All right, that's wrap for today. Thanks for watching Wealth Finance 61.
Most Americans assume income comes from work or visible investments. Yet hidden streams quietly redistribute wealth across the nation. The first signs appeared in overlooked digital markets, as people who saw patterns early gained unnoticed advantages. These methods existed before mainstream awareness. Banking shifts in technology created quiet opportunities. Some leveraged side markets, others mastered overlooked tax flows. The rise was slow, almost invisible to the public eye. As the system matured, more streams emerged. Small automated businesses began funneling income online. Freelance micronetworks paid off in aggregate. Even traditional investments had hidden components few noticed. The breakthrough came when algorithms identified underpriced opportunities. AI and data tools silently amplified returns. People using these tools gained without increasing risk. Meanwhile, the majority remained unaware of the scale. Consequences started small, but grew over time. Wealth concentration subtly shifted toward those who adapted. Economic influence became less visible but more powerful. Policies lagged behind, leaving gaps in the system. Attempts to level the field were partial. Educational resources existed, but adoption remained uneven. Financial advisors rarely highlighted these streams. The system continued, quietly favoring the informed few. Some of these streams relied on overlooked intellectual property. Others depended on micro-investments ignored by mainstream platforms. Early adopters quietly accumulated compound wealth. The barriers to entry seemed minimal. The fallout became noticeable in consumer patterns. Local economies saw subtle shifts in spending and once lost relative influence. Yet most Americans were in conventional thinking. Failed fixes often tried to regulate too broadly. Restrictions slowed some flows, but couldn't stop systemic adaptation. The gaps persisted, rewarding ingenuity over conformity. Systems designed to help ended up reinforcing hidden advantages. Modern parallels exist in digital real estate and online intellectual property. These microeconomies quietly generate income unnoticed. Platforms reward early insight and repeated adaptation. Yet most participants remain blind to structural advantages. 3 ways stand out. First, wealth moves where attention goes. Second, timing and awareness outperform brute capital. Third, the system rewards subtlety, not visibility. The warning is clear. The unseen economy grows faster than public perception. Those who ignore it risk lagging behind for years. The opportunity exists, but only if curiosity drives action. Understanding hidden streams is not just smart, it's essential. In conclusion, America's quiet money systems are shaping the next decade. Invisible cash flows reward those who study them. The majority will remain on the outside unless they adapt. What seems ordinary today could be extraordinary tomorrow. Take the first step by examining overlooked patterns in your own finances. Study early digital and alternative markets carefully. Observe how policy, technology, and behavior create hidden pathways. The real question, will you notice before it's too late? Entrepreneurship is often associated with revenue, growth, sales, expansion. But revenue is only one part, and often the most misunderstood. Financial intelligence goes deeper. It is the ability to understand money flow, where money comes from, and where it actually goes. Many businesses generate revenue, still fail, not because of lack of demand, but because of poor financial control. Cash flow is the lifeline. Money coming in, it's money going out. Timing matters as much as amount. A profitable business on paper can still collapse if cash flow is mismanaged. This is where most entrepreneurs struggle. Expenses are another factor. Not all costs are equal. Some generate growth. Others drain resources. Financial intelligence means knowing the difference, cutting unnecessary costs, and investing in what scales. This creates efficiency. Margins define sustainability. Revenue minus expenses. What remains determines survival. Thin margins increase risk. Separation is critical. Business finances and personal finances. Mixing them creates confusion and weakens control. Structure creates clarity. Clear accounts, clear tracking, clear decision-making. Reinvestment drives growth. Profits are not fully withdrawn. They're reinvested into the business, fueling expansion. But reinvestment must be strategic. Not all growth is good growth. Scaling without control can increase risk. Another key concept is leverage. Using systems, people, and capital to individual effort. This multiplies outcomes. Risk management protects the business, diversification of revenue streams. Emergency reserves, preparedness for downturns. Taxes also impact growth. Without planning, profits shrink. Financial intelligence includes understanding and managing this. Behavior matters. Emotional decisions can destroy stability, impulse spending, unplanned expansion. Disciplined entrepreneurs act differently. They rely on data. They track performance. They adjust strategically. 3 key insights emerge. First, revenue is not wealth. Second, cash flow determines survival. Third, structure and discipline drive growth. The difference between successful entrepreneurs and struggling ones is not always the idea. It is financial intelligence. Many businesses fail quietly, not from lack of effort, but from lack of understanding of how money actually works. Entrepreneurship is not just creation. It is management of systems, of money. Those who master financial intelligence build sustainable businesses and long-term wealth. Others remain stuck in cycles. The system is always active. Money is always moving. The question is not whether you control it. If you want deeper insights into financial systems, entrepreneurship, and wealth building, explore more videos on wealth. A $100,000 salary seems like financial freedom. For many Americans, it feels like success. Reality often tells a different story. High income doesn't automatically mean wealth. The first factor is lifestyle inflation. As income rises, spending rises in tandem. Luxury cars, bigger homes, fine dining, travel. Expenses expand to meet salary, leaving little savings. Debt adds another layer of complexity. Student loans, mortgages, credit cards, and auto loans consume cash flow. Even high pay can't counteract poor money management. Interest and obligations silently accumulate. Taxes also significantly reduce take-home pay. Federal portion. Without planning, $100,000 feels smaller than it seems. Many workers are surprised by their net income. Financial systems are crucial. Without structure, money flows freely and disappears. Wealthy individuals separate funds for spending, saving, and investing. This ensures money grows while life continues. Automation reinforces the strategy. Scheduled transfers send funds into investment and savings accounts automatically. This reduces human error and temptation. Discipline becomes a natural habit. Investments create compounding effects. Stocks, index funds, bonds, and retirement accounts multiply wealth over time. High earners often skip this step, believing salary is enough. Without investing, wealth stagnates. Behavior and mindset are equally critical. Delayed gratification, controlled spending, and informed choices matter more than raw income. The $100,000 salary can mask poor financial habit. It is structured and preserved. 3 key lessons emerge. First, income alone does not equal wealth. Second, separating spending, saving, and investing is essential. Third, automation and long-term habits build wealth quietly. Understanding this system highlights why so many $100,000 earners feel financially strained. The trap is subtle. Paycheck size can give a false sense of security. Without systems, money leaks away, leaving high earners struggling to build real wealth. The contrast with the wealthy is clear. Both may earn similar salaries. But the wealthy implement systems that preserve and grow money. High income without strategy often leads to frustration and stagnation. Over time, proper money management and structured systems compound results. Discipline and planning turn high income into long-term wealth. Without these principles, even $100,000 can feel insufficient. The $100,000 salary trap is a lesson in system design, not effort. If you want more insights into salary traps, money systems, and wealth-building strategies, explore more videos on Wealth Finance 61. Like the video, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. Across the United States, a common feeling has emerged. Everyday life is becoming more expensive. Groceries cost more. Housing costs more. For many people, this feels sudden, as if prices changed overnight. But in reality, this process develops slowly, building over time beneath the surface. Of this shift is inflation, a gradual increase in the general price level. But inflation is not a single event. It is the result of multiple forces interacting. One of the primary drivers is money supply. When more money enters the economy, it increases purchasing power overall. But if supply does not increase equally, prices rise. This creates a simple but powerful dynamic. More money competes in goods. Businesses respond by raising prices, and the cost of living increases. Another factor is demand. When demand for goods and services rises, especially in areas like housing or energy, prices naturally increase. Housing provides a clear example. Population growth and limited supply push demand higher over time, which leads to rising rents and home prices. Constraints also play a major role. When production slows or costs increase, businesses pass those costs to consumers. This affects everything from food to transportation. Global supply chains contribute to this complexity. Delays, disruptions, and changing trade patterns can reduce availability of goods. And reduced availability increases prices. Interest rates introduce another layer. Lower rates encourage borrowing and spending. Higher rates slow economic activity. Both influence how money flows through the system. When rates are low, borrowing becomes easier. People spend more, demand increases. When rates rise, borrowing becomes more expensive. Spending slows. But existing price increases often remain. Wages are also part of this system. As costs rise, workers demand higher pay. Higher wages increase business expenses. And businesses adjust prices again. This creates a feedback loop. Prices rise, wages adjust, prices rise again. Over time, this loop reinforces itself, making inflation persistent rather than temporary. Even if the pace slows, the overall level remains higher. Another important factor is expectations. If businesses expect costs to rise, they may increase prices in advance. And if consumers expect higher prices, they spend sooner. This behavior accelerates the cycle, turning gradual changes into noticeable shifts, and reinforcing the perception that everything is getting expensive. However, not all prices rise equally. Some sectors experience faster increases. Housing, healthcare, and education often lead. While other goods may stabilize or fluctuate, technology can even reduce certain costs. Digital services often become cheaper over expenses tend to increase, which shapes overall perception. 3 key insights explain by multiple interacting forces, not a single cause. Money supply and demand create upward pressure on prices. And third, economic systems tend to adjust slowly over time. The result is a gradual erosion of purchasing power. Money buys less than it did before. Even if income increases, it may not keep pace with costs. This is why the feeling of rising expenses persists. It is not only about prices increasing, it is about the relationship between income and cost, and how that balance shifts over time. The question is not whether prices rise, history suggests they will. The real question is how individuals adapt to this system, because understanding the system changes how we respond to it. If you want more deep explanations about money systems, inflation, and economic behavior, explore more videos on Wealth Finance 61. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share your thoughts in the comments. Billionaires approach money differently. They do not focus on income alone. They focus on systems. Systems that generate and grow wealth over time. The first principle is ownership. Owning assets, not just earning wages. Businesses, investments, equity stakes. Ownership creates leverage. The second principle is scalability. Billionaires build systems that can grow. Business that serves millions. An investment that expands with markets. The third principle is compounding. Returns generate new returns. Wealth accelerates over time. Patience becomes a financial advantage. The idea is reinvestment. Profits are not consumed immediately. They're reinvested into growth. This multiplies long-term outcomes. Risk management is critical. Wealth is protected through diversification. Different assets, different sectors. Reducing exposure to single failures, tax efficiency plays a major role. Billionaires structure finances carefully, minimizing unnecessary losses, keeping more capital in the system. Time is treated as the most valuable resource. They do not trade time for money. They build systems that generate income independently. This creates financial freedom. Decision-making is long-term focused. Short-term noise is ignored. Market fluctuations do not dictate strategy. Consistency and vision guide actions. Another important principle is leverage, using capital, people, and systems to amplify results beyond individual effort. This accelerates wealth creation. Its behavior separates billionaires from others. Discipline, patience, and strategic thinking. Emotions are controlled, decisions are calculated. 3 key insights emerge. First, wealth is built through ownership and systems. Second, compounding and reinvestment drive growth. Third, protection and long-term thinking sustain wealth. Most people focus on earning more. Billionaires focus on structuring money. This is the fundamental difference. System design versus effort. Wealth is not just about money. It's about how money is used and how systems are built around it. If you want more insights into wealth systems, financial strategies, and money flow, explore more videos on Wealth Finance 61. Long-term investing is often underestimated. It does not promise quick results. It does not create instant excitement. But it builds. Most people focus on short-term gains, daily market movements, quick profits, and rapid decisions. But this approach often leads to inconsistency. Long-term investing follows a different path. It focuses on time in the market, not timing the market. And this distinction is critical. The first principle is consistency. Regular investments over time. Monthly contributions, steady accumulation of assets. At first, growth is slow. Returns appear small. Progress feels limited. Many investors lose patience here, but this phase is essential. It builds the foundation and prepares the system for compounding, which is the true driver of wealth. Compounding transforms investing. Returns generate additional returns. Growth accelerates gradually, then exponentially. Time is the multiplier. The longer investments stay in the system, the more powerful compounding becomes. Time turns discipline into wealth. Another key factor is emotional control. Markets fluctuate constantly. Prices rise and fall. But long-term investors stay focused. They do not react to every change. They avoid panic selling. They ignore short-term noise. Diversification adds stability. Investments are spread across assets, reducing risk while maintaining growth. Creating a balanced portfolio, automation strengthens consistency. Scheduled contributions remove decision-making. Investing happens regardless of mood. Discipline becomes automatic. Reinvestment is critical. Profits are not withdrawn early. They are reinvested into the system, allowing growth to continue. 3 key lessons emerge. First, time is more powerful than timing. Second, consistency builds momentum. Third, compounding creates exponential growth. The difference between successful investors and unsuccessful ones is not intelligence, it is behavior. Patience, discipline, and long-term thinking define outcomes. Those who stay invested. The reality is simple. Long-term investing is not exciting, but it is effective. Over decades, it can create substantial wealth. If you want more insights into investing systems, wealth building, and financial growth, explore more videos on Wealth Finance 61. Like the video, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. In the United States, many people are quietly building wealth, and most are not relying on side hustles. They do not chase multiple income streams, yet their net worth grows steadily. The first principle is leverage, using money to make more money, through investments in stocks, bonds, and index funds. The system compounds over time. Employer benefits also play a role. Retirement accounts, stock options, and matching contributions. These are automatic ways to grow wealth without extra work. They are quiet but powerful. Compound interest is another secret. Small contributions accumulate. Year after year, the effect multiplies. Even modest investments can create significant long-term wealth. Tax efficiency is critical. structuring investments to minimize taxes. Using IRAs, 401ks, and HSAs strategically just keeps more money working for you. Some Americans automate spending and saving. They set up automatic transfers into investment accounts. Monthly contributions happen without thinking. Consistency becomes a major advantage. Minimal lifestyle inflation also matters. Keeping expenses relatively stable, even as income rises. This allows savings to grow faster than costs. Insurance and risk management are often overlooked. Protecting assets ensures wealth isn't eroded by unexpected events. A small accident or emergency can wipe out progress. Planning prevents setbacks. Another important factor is financial education. Understanding how money moves, knowing the difference between assets and liabilities, making informed decisions quietly over time. The real power comes from patience. Wealth accumulation is not instant. It grows slowly, quietly, and steadily. Most people notice only after years. 3 key takeaways stand out. First, systems matter more than extra work. Second, compounding is the quiet multiplier. Third, discipline and planning create long-term results. This method contrasts sharply with the hustle culture. You don't need multiple jobs or side gigs. You need to understand the flow of money. Over decades, these small decisions compound. Passive wealth grows without constant effort. The difference between those who build quietly and those who chase every side hustle is enormous. Structure beats effort in the long run. The lesson is simple. Work smarter with money, not harder for money. Systems can carry wealth forward without you being present. This quiet strategy can rival any hustler's income. If you want more deep insights into how money systems work, passive wealth strategies, and financial planning, explore more videos on Wealth Finance 61. Like the video, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. Most people believe wealth begins with a big paycheck. The idea seems simple. Higher salary means more money, and more money should create wealth. But when economists study wealthy individuals, a different pattern often appears. Many wealthy people do not rely on just one source of income. Instead, they build systems that create multiple income streams, not just earning more money, but expanding how money flows. This idea is called income layering. One income source funds another opportunity, so that opportunity creates new cash flow, and the cycle continues. If you want to understand how wealth systems actually work, make sure to subscribe to Finance 61, because on this channel, we explain the real mechanics behind money and finance. At the beginning, the process looks simple. A primary job provides stable income. Expenses are controlled carefully, and extra money begins to accumulate. Instead of spending that surplus, some people invest it into assets. Assets that produce income of their own, not just price growth. Rental properties can generate monthly rent. Stocks may pay dividends. Businesses can produce daily revenue. Digital assets can operate 24/7. When these streams combine, income becomes diversified. The system no longer depends on a single paycheck. If you're enjoying this explanation so far, take a second to like the video. It helps more people discover content about wealth and financial systems. Over time, something interesting happens. Income streams begin supporting each other. One asset produces cash that funds the next investment. This creates a compounding effect. More assets create more cash flow. More cash flow creates more assets, and wealth begins accelerating. At first, the progress feels slow. Income streams start small. Growth may take years, but the structure keeps strengthening. Many high-income professionals still depend only on salary. Doctors, lawyers, and executives often trade time for money. But asset-based systems work differently. They may take effort to build, but once established, they can continue operating. If you're learning something valuable here, comment below and tell me. Which income stream do you think is the most powerful today? 3 important lessons appear again and again. Relying on one income stream creates risk. Cash-producing assets improve stability. And compounding systems reward patience. If you want to keep learning about wealth, money systems, and financial strategies, subscribe to Wealth Finance 61 and explore the other videos on this channel, because real wealth is rarely built through a single paycheck. It grows through systems that continue producing income over time. For most of modern, followed a simple rule. You worked for a certain number of hours. Those hours produced a paycheck. Time and income were directly connected. Factories paid workers by shifts. Offices paid monthly salaries. Freelancers were paid per task. When work stopped, income stopped. But technology slowly began changing this equation. Work no longer had to happen every time money was earned. A book could be written once and sold thousands of times. Music could be recorded once and played endlessly. Then the internet changed everything. Distribution suddenly became almost free. A digital product could reach millions of people. Without factories or physical stores, websites could run all day and night. Videos could keep generating views for years. Digital products could sell repeatedly, even when the creator was offline. This is where the idea of money while you sleep appeared. But it only works because of systems. Servers host websites. Algorithms distribute attention. Instead of trading time for money, people began building digital assets. Assets that produce value again and again, while systems keep running in the background. But a new problem also appeared. Millions of people began creating content and products. Competition increased rapidly. Attention became the real scarce resource. Platforms now decide visibility. Search engines rank content. Algorithms choose what people see. And attention determines who earns money. This created creators produce value. Platforms control distribution. Audiences provide attention. Money flows through all three layers. But the biggest advantage often goes to those who control the system itself. That is why modern wealth is changing. It is no longer only about working longer hours. It is about building systems that keep producing value over time. Wealthy individuals manage money differently. They do not leave all funds in a single account. Instead, they rely on structure. And that structure often starts with three buckets. The first account is for spending, daily expenses, bills, and discretionary purchases. This account keeps life running smoothly from long-term funds. The second account is for saving. Emergency funds and short-term goals are placed here. It provides financial security, creates a buffer against unexpected events. The third account is for investing. Stocks, bonds, index funds, and other wealth-building vehicles. This is where money grows exponentially over time. Compound interest and market returns work in favor of the owner. The key advantage of this system is separation. It creates clarity between spending and growth. People are less likely to touch funds meant for long-term wealth. It enforces discipline naturally. Many people fail financially because accounts are combined. They confuse daily spending with savings. They dip into long-term funds for short-term desires. This undermines financial growth. Automation amplifies the 3-account strategy. Scheduled transfers send money into savings and investments automatically. Before it reaches spending accounts, it's already allocated. It removes decision fatigue and emotional spending. Over time, the strategy compounds. Investment contributions grow via compound interest. Savings accumulate steadily. Spending stays within budget. The system is self-reinforcing. Another benefit is visibility. With 3 accounts, it's easy to track money flows. People see exactly where their money goes. It becomes simpler to adjust strategies if needed. The system is not just for the wealthy. It is accessible to anyone. Even small amounts can benefit from proper allocation. Discipline and consistency matter more than the initial balance. 3 lessons emerge clearly. First, separation of funds drives better financial decisions. Second, automation enhances consistency and growth. Third, clarity reduces financial stress and risk. This strategy also highlights the importance of mindset. Wealthy individuals prioritize systems over effort. They understand that structure leads to results. Money works when organized intelligently. Over decades, the 3-account strategy quietly builds wealth. Small, consistent steps grow into substantial financial. It emphasizes control, clarity, and patience. It shows that simple systems often outperform complicated schemes. If you want more insights into money systems, compound growth, and wealth strategies, explore more videos on Wealth Finance 61. Like the video, subscribe, and comment thoughts. Many Americans earn high salaries, yet their bank accounts tell a different story. Paychecks arrive on time. Financial freedom remains distant. The first factor is lifestyle inflation. As income rises, spending rises in tandem. New cars, bigger apartments, luxury dining. Even significant raises disappear quickly. Debt is another silent killer. Credit cards, personal loans, and mortgages consume cash flow. High income can't counteract poor money management. Interest accumulates, creating pressure. Taxes also take a portion of earnings. Without planning, high salaries do not translate to wealth. Many earn more, but save less proportionally. This erodes net worth over time. Financial systems play a role too. Without structure, money flows freely and disappears. The wealthy create separation between spending, saving, and investing. This simple structure preserves and grows wealth. Automation amplifies results. Its automatic contributions to investments and savings prevent overspending. Money grows before it is even noticed. Discipline becomes effortless. Investments multiply wealth. Stocks, bonds, index funds, and retirement accounts compound over time. Even modest contributions accumulate significantly. High earners often skip this step, assuming salary alone is enough. Behavioral patterns are equally important. Delayed gratification, minimal lifestyle inflation, and informed decisions drive wealth quietly. Without these habits, even six-figure incomes can be drained. It's not a matter of luck, it's system design. 3 lessons emerge. First, high income does not equal wealth. Second, structure and automation protect and grow money. Third, long-term habits outweigh short-term earnings. The difference between the wealthy and high earners is clear. Both may have similar salaries, but the wealthy manage money strategically. High earners without systems remain stuck. Understanding this system is crucial. It shows why even well-paid Americans struggle financially. It's not a lack of effort, it's a lack of financial design. By applying these principles, anyone can shift from being paycheck dependent to building wealth. If you want more detailed insights into financial systems, wealth building, and money management, explore more videos on Wealth Finance 61. Like the video, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. Most people are taught to save money. Okay? Open a savings account, deposit every month. The advice seems solid. But the system has a hidden flaw. Inflation silently erodes cash value. Money saved today buys less tomorrow. A $10,000 balance loses purchasing power year after year, and most people don't notice. Meanwhile, investment opportunities grow wealth. Stocks, index funds, bonds, and passive income streams multiply money over time. Saving alone does not compete with these growth systems. It keeps money stagnant. The wealthy approach money differently. They separate funds for spending, savings, and investing. Savings serve as a buffer, not the main wealth-building tool. Investments create growth, not just preservation. Compound interest is a hidden force. Even small amounts invested early multiply significantly. Those who rely solely on savings miss this effect. Time becomes the ally of investors, not savers. Behavior and mindset matter. Delayed gratification, system-based investing, and reinvesting profits amplify growth. Without this, money loses value silently. Even careful saving can lead to relative poverty over time. Automation is critical. Scheduled investments and contributions reduce human error. Savings alone is passive, but investing with discipline is active growth. Money starts working before you even see it. Debt management also affects outcomes. High-interest debts can erase years of savings. Wealthy pay down liabilities strategically. They don't rely on saving alone to secure their future. 3 lessons become clear. First, cash alone cannot build wealth. Investing in system-based money management amplify returns. Third, patience and compounding are more powerful than mere accumulation. The reality is stark. Saving money feels safe, but over decades, it can leave you behind. Those who understand growth systems quietly accumulate wealth. Those who only save watch inflation erode potential. If you want to understand how to make money systems work for you, explore more videos on Wealth Finance 61. Like the video, subscribe, and comment your thoughts. Investing often feels intimidating to beginners. Charts, markets, and financial terms create confusion. Many people delay starting, believing they need more knowledge or more money. But the reality is different. Investing at its core is simple. It is the process of putting money into systems that grow over time. The first step is starting small. Large capital is not required. Even modest amounts can begin the process. What matters is consistency. Regular contributions build momentum. Monthly investments create a steady flow. Each contribution adds to the base, and the system begins to take shape. At first, progress is slow. Returns appear minimal. Growth feels almost invisible. This is where most beginners lose patience. This stage is critical. It is where the foundation is built, where habits are formed, and where discipline is tested. Over time, compounding begins to work. Returns generate additional returns. Growth accelerates gradually, then more noticeably. This is the turning point, where money starts working independently. The system becomes self-reinforcing, and effort produces greater outcomes. Diversification is another key element. Spreading investments across assets, reducing risk while maintaining growth potential, creating stability within the system. Automation simplifies the process. Scheduled investments remove emotion. Consistency becomes automatic. Mistakes are minimized. Another important factor is time. The longer investments remain in the system, the stronger the compounding effect becomes. Time amplifies every contribution. Many beginners focus on quick profits, trying to time the market, chasing trends and short-term gains. This often leads to losses or inconsistency. The most successful investors take a different approach. They focus on long-term growth.